Right, here we are, one more day of farming. I just finished up like a interesting crafting session. So I basically crafted overrun maps, so I wanted to test it myself, and I got like 35 overrun maps out of 244, I think. So I got like 12% overrun maps. Brings it to a price of less than 100 exalts per map. So that's actually a really good ratio there. I don't know if I was particularly lucky or not, but yeah, I have all these juicy overrun maps now. I recorded it all and I will make a video after this to just show like the crafting technique I use for this, which is always pretty nice. But yeah, for today I have a good amount of overrun maps. And you know, I could probably sell off some of these, but I actually don't want to do it. So I'm basically just gonna, you know, throw item rarity on all of them and then I'll be happy. I mean, I could also put rare monsters, but I'm just probably there. Most of them have rare monsters, so I'm just gonna throw item rarity on all of them, just to keep it more simple. But yeah, it was a very interesting crafting session. It took like 30 minutes or something like that, but it was very efficient actually. And if I could like, you know, sell these for like probably like 300 exalts with the current pricing each, if I would want to do that. It would probably be like a 20 divine profit or something like that. Like the whole craft. But yeah, I mean I want to run the maps anyway, so I don't want to sell them. Obviously corrupt them, but it's stupid to corrupt the map like that because, you know, you're just gonna kill those modifiers and there's really no reason. Oh dear. Is it? I don't think so. But I'm married, so I guess that's a good thing. Right, that's much fun. It would be so awesome if you could just put like stacks of these distilled emotion in here. But yeah, this is 35 maps, I believe. And I think I already have like a juiced area in my vision. I'll have to move there, but last area I did basically had like the way already to like the next area I can do. So yeah, maybe today we get the Headhunter. I mean, today we get the Headhunter for sure, actually. Unless I kind of, you know, come up with, you know, something better. But yeah, this process is really a little bit annoying, I have to say. Right-clicking would be so much better. Yeah, Endgame is the next patch, so I'm pretty sure they will come up with something. So yeah, let's put these in my maps run. There's another one I have here. I don't know where this came from, actually. These are also overrun maps. These are all not overrun maps. Shit. So I have still... I have to still check for less recovery. Do that. Right, let's put them into my run tab. Actually, I should move this tab further to the beginning. Alright, let's put them all in. Lots of maps to run. And now let's just do a quick search for recovery rate problems. Yeah, there's 2 actually. So these ones I'm just gonna sell because I'm not gonna run them. And they have, well, this is actually pretty good. So
Can I help?
just gonna put up this one here for Divine, I guess.
Seems like
And this one I'm just gonna put up for whatever. I'm just gonna put it for Divine as well. So yeah, so I have my maps going. Now I have to get some travel maps. Travel maps I can just pull from the pool here. And for travel maps, I probably take the rare, what was it? Additional, something with additional abyssal. Extra abyssal modifier. I think this is a decent one. Let's just grab some of these randomly. Just for the travel. And oh, today we are efficient, so I'm gonna make another tab. Maps travel, and then we're good to go. Good to go. Maps run. But yeah, it's all like a little bit tedious. Doing all this stuff. Greed all the travel maps as well. I just hope I wouldn't mind I don't know, the map instilling, I find like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know, I don't think they cannot do the right clicks thing for probably some reason. But if at least I could put a stack in for distilled emotions, like just 1 stack per, you know, per pop, that would already help. And then maybe, you know, a hotkey to take the map out, because I always have to control click the map. That would be awesome. Like if there would be just a general hotkey in these kind of windows where you could just, you know, take the map out. That would a hotkey and stack. That would make it like 5 times faster or 6 times faster. That would be alright for me. I wouldn't need any more. Alright, maps travel. Throw them in here. 2. Let's grab our stuff we need to run. Grab our XP loss omen. This is a very important item for me. And yeah, that's going to be it. So wait, this is the quant area. This has just 1 tower. So for this I could get like some juiced areas. Oh, there's another one actually. That one would be also like a little bit of an overlap. So I could do these 2. I can also do this area here. This is also going to be a 3 tower quant area. They kind of lead to each other, I guess. Well, they actually don't. And this is not good. So I guess one of these I have to run. Did have something here at the bottom, I think. No, these are not quant maps. These are like bricked with some random breach strategy I tried, which didn't work. So yeah, I guess I'm gonna do this one here, because this is closer. And I just need to grab these 2 towers, so I'm just gonna put like travel in here. Gonna lose like 3 maps. So we're gonna have like all these juice. So that's a good amount of maps actually. That's a very good amount of maps. And this one here is too far away. So I'm just gonna grab this one, put Grand Project, jump there, and then we just straight up go. So that's just a couple of travel maps. That's not so many actually. I might just go from the top though, because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This might not be much less, and I'm gonna remove less juiced map from the pool here. So I might just go over from here. Probably the better. So yeah, let's travel there quick and then make some money. I think I have 20 diffs or something like left. Oh god, I had this map. Do I have right skills? Yes. Ritual. Haven't played this in forever. Because I only play like the Abyssal maps pretty much. I never play like Ritual anymore. Because Ritual doesn't work on the Abyssal maps, so... This map's like so annoying. Why does this have to be here? But yeah, I mean, overall, I don't think it's that bad. I think the traveling is a little annoying. But I think it doesn't need, like, a huge amount of fixes to get this endgame right. Overall, I don't really... I mean, I think a lot of people say that like, it's very, very bad. I don't think it's very, very bad. I think it just needs, like, a couple of, you know, minor fixes to be good. And it needs scarabs. So most important, we need the scarabs. We don't. The tablets are just absolutely annoying. So the tablets have to go. I mean, they can still name them tablets, but they have to be stackable. Like this 2-mod blue tablet shit, that is just way too annoying. But you know, I'm 100% sure that's gonna go. Like, there's absolutely no way they're gonna keep that. So if they make them stackable, I guess then everything is alright. And the unique tablets, you know, they can stay like they are. But the regular tablets, just make them stackable. And reduce the density of towers. Make the towers a little bit larger. And that's it, done deal. That would be everything it needs, pretty much, I feel like, to make it better. And then, you know, a bonus would be favoriting maps, so I can just put like a little star on the maps I like. And, you know, a little like North Star, like a sad face on the maps I don't like, so I, you know, don't accidentally run these maps. I can directly see, okay, these maps are good, these maps are shit. That would be awesome. But besides that, I feel like, you know, everything is already pretty much relatively good. Cool would be to just, you know, either have like a Vado on maps, so you could just say, you know, this maps I just don't want, they just don't spawn, like give me like a huge eternal tower of control or whatever you call that thing, where I can just, you know, put like 10 maps in and just say, you know what, this 10 maps will never spawn. Or give me like some way of transforming the biome, just, you know, spawn specific maps of a biome or something like that. So I think it's really not that hard to fix this current endgame. I think the foundation is good. It just needs like a little bit of adjustments to make it a little bit less annoying, and then we're good to go. So I'm pretty sure they will fix it. It's for Christmas, right? It's gotta be a Christmas present anyway. So they have to fix it. You don't want to ruin Christmas. I think a Headhunter is good, yeah. I'm still looking for one, but I'm looking for you know, I still look for the currency. I think it's a good item for this build, because basically you don't lose anything. You lose, like, you know, a little bit of max life, really, just by putting a Headhunter, because, you know, we don't use any stats of our belt anyway. I mean, right now I run Ingenuity to, you know, boost my item rarity, but I think Headhunter is good for this build. I think it's probably better than for most builds, because, you know, there might be builds which are using the belt slot actively, and this one here is really not. So... if you have a very bad Headhunter, you're gonna lose like a little bit more HP, obviously. But if you have a decent one... So I'm basically farming some divines to buy one, because I always use like my money for other stuff. So I need to have, like, basically the money to get a Headhunter. If I'm only, like, 10 divines short, I will just buy something else because I just don't want to put my divines up for inflation, you know? What? Wow, this costs 2,900 to defer. God damn it. I think running Ritual, like, casually without having juiced maps is, like, so useless. That's why I don't even put Ritual on my Atlas anymore. I feel like it's just not worth it. Headhunter, you want to have... I search for basically max strength. Dexterity I don't really care about. But I want to have max strength, close to max life. And I want to have a corrupted implicit of either strength, intelligence, or life. Last time I checked, which was like 2 days ago, there were like 50 to 55 divines. So if I buy one, I just usually, you know, want to buy a good one. Because, you know, the good Headhunter is going to, like, increase in value, basically. And a bad one is basically going to decrease in value. So that's why I kind of don't want to, you know, buy just a, you know, quote-unquote normal one. Obviously, it would still be good, but I'm kind of, you know, if I buy something expensive, I basically, I will spend a little bit of extra premium to make it, you know, to make it just much, much better. But yeah, I still need, like, I don't even know how much I need. Shit, I think my tablet tab is full. Not yet. So I have, oh, I actually have 35. I thought I had less. Ah, yeah, right, I sold my old ring. So I just need, like, you know, 20 more or something like that. So I sold my old ring, and now I got, like, a full rarity ring here. This was like 30 diffs, I think. Yeah, 30. Pretty good price, actually. I would still have to divine it, though, but, you know, I'm too lazy. And yeah, I sold my old one for 25 just, so I had 10, now I have 35, and the Headhunter I'm looking for is, like, check it, how much it is right now. Headhunter, where are you? There you go. Okay, so, oh, 43 actually. That's a cheap one. I would like to buy this, but I don't have enough cash. I mean, dexterity in the implicit is not optimal, but this one I would still buy. This has like 55, 39 strengths, and an 11 dex implicit, which again, I don't need the dex implicit. So I would rather like buy one of these, which are like in the 50s, right? So with dexterity, they seem to be a little bit cheaper because nobody wants dexterity. But if I would like to have it like either with strength or with max life in the implicit, so it's like roughly 50 diffs. How much did the current... I think, you know, like with everything now at the current market price, because, you know, you have to take into account a lot of the items I obviously bought when they were much cheaper, because I have had them for a time. But, you know, it's probably somewhere around 500 divines, I would say. Just take a random map for this. Does the map, like, the merchant map have, like, any effect at all? I don't think so. So yeah, I would say somewhere around 500 divines. Yeah, I am not gonna use the darkness. Cast speed is not DPS on bosses. Cast speed is really just a tooltip. It doesn't help you at all on bosses. So it's really just fake DPS. It makes no sense whatsoever. What you want to have on a boss is hit damage. But cast speed is kind of, you know. You already have so much cast speed. And then, you know, spending like, I don't even know how much it will cost. But you're probably looking at a bunch of, a lot. So if I would use this, I would use it with something different. Boots, for example. right? So I think the only valid belt for this Darkness Enthroned for me would be just boots. Everything else, worthless. Are these worse than anything Trample Toe? Or is it not even Trample? I thought it was Trample Toe. Whatever. Good thing is, I didn't have to run the map. But yeah, so if you look at Darkness Enthroned, it's so ridiculously expensive. I don't think it's worth it at all. The only one I would probably get it would be with boots. So you would have Wars boots or something like that. Right, and then you would have effect of socketed items. With like, 100. Well, 100 is probably gonna be... I mean, they're actually not expensive, so obviously nobody... It seems like nobody runs these. These seem to be shit. But, this would be interesting because this gives me movement speed. So, I mean, obviously these are bricked, but... yeah, it will give you... this will give you 20% more move speed. But again, sacrificing a belt slot for just, some quality of life stats. I mean, I can kind of, understand it for boots. For everything else, I don't think it makes any sense. Whatever. How tanky is this? As long as you're not getting one shot, it's tanky. If you get one shot, it's not tanky. But yeah, I think Darkness Enthroned for this build is, the only valid I would see is pushing movement speed. Again, on the gloves, just, cast speed. In this build, you have, like, so much... Oh, wow, wait, what? Oh, wait, I'm buggedly frozen. I was just thinking, why can't I move? So, I hate this. Sometimes it's like a bug and you get frozen forever. And now I have to be careful not to die. Because this disables my region. Okay, let's go. I mean, I don't know what Lightning Warp build you're playing, so I cannot really make any call on that one. But I don't think this is much slower than Lightning Warp, actually. Because I think Lightning Warp, it takes a lot of time to, aim at the targets. And, sometimes you're just gonna randomly get ported in the wrong direction and stuff like that. And this is basically just straight moving, and this is chilled map, right? So if you don't have a chilled map, you basically move so fast that I think it's not really slower than Lightning Warp, to be honest. So... I mean, you can sell your Headhunter and you can make the entire build for this, so... It's not like this is extremely expensive if you don't want to, like, go for, like, the most crazy stuff. But yeah, I don't really like Lightning Warp. It's just it's too much randomness for me. It's just so easy to die if you Lightning Warp into like the wrong pack. It's just gonna one-shot you. So that's why I kind of, I think these builds look nice in a showcase and they're nice on paper, but shit can go wrong and you don't really have control over it. So as long as your Lightning Warp kills everything on impact, you're fine. But if it doesn't, and you just find like a mob with like bad modifiers and he hits you in the face, you're just basically gonna die. I mean, the second highest form of this build is it's almost as good as the highest, to be honest. Like, the highest is just like extreme min-maxing towards more movement speed and stuff like that. See, one of my waystones I just crafted sold for the 1 diff already, so good deal. Yeah, I don't run life regeneration waystones at all. I mean, you can fix it, but it's just too annoying, so I just avoid them. I don't see a reason for, you know, going out of the way, like, you know, speccing into life leech and speccing into, like, you know, life leech overcapping and stuff like that. I just don't care. I just don't run those maps. It's not a problem for me because I don't use, like, chaotic rarity. I think it's a bait and a waste and way too expensive. So the maps I run just don't have it, and I don't really have any issues with that. I buy them from the market, and I basically just crafted, like... I just crafted, like, 288 maps, and I got, like, 35 abyssal ones, so for me, it's not an issue. And if, you know, so if you want to really run just abyssal maps, you know, I can understand that it might be, you know, a little bit of, you know, an issue to not find maps which do not have that affix. If you don't run abyssal maps, you know, it's really, really easy. And this is stupidly bugged again. I cannot move. This is freaking annoying. Oh wait, the map's not over. You're at tier 5 maps, man. If you're at tier 5, 6 maps, you're doing something wrong. Just instantly jump to tier 15 maps. Like so even the cheapest Widowhail version does tier 15 maps without any problems. So if you're running tier 5, 6 maps, you're doing like something horribly wrong already. So the live ES hybrid version, that is already good for like everything. That's already good for like tier 3 pinnacle bosses and stuff like that. So really, like tier 15 maps, you only need to spend like 200 exalts in items to like craft a build for that. So you shouldn't have any issues there. Like the map difficulty is very low this patch. Oh, and now this is also something they have to improve. The goddamn boss, just show me like where it is from the beginning. That would be so awesome. Just give me the position of the goddamn boss from the beginning, because I just had to like basically travel to the wrong sides of the map until like the boss marker appears. How is Rarity a bait? Rarity is extremely good and extremely easy to get this league actually. It was never that easy to stack so much Rarity, and Rarity is just as strong as it was last league. It makes like such a huge difference in drops. Like it's so relevant actually. You don't need this, and you don't need the rubies. Just buy a 1500 one, and the rubies, it's really like super min-maxing. You don't need that at all. That's really the very, very last thing I would invest into is like those rubies. And this armor, really just buy a 3-socket one with 1500. That's just exactly what you need. You don't need anything else there. Okay, now. That's unfortunate. We have to do 3 more maps to get to the goddamn tower. I mean, I just played 0.2 for like a little bit more than a week, I think. Maybe 2 weeks. It wasn't like very long. I mean, you can pretty much play this with any skill. This build is kind of universal. I just like Spark because I don't have to, you know, aim. It's your... so, it was your first ARPG? Like, you never played Diablo 2 or, like, you know, one of the old school games? What? Oh, that was the shielded crazy guy, actually. Shit. So, okay, so this was like the worst thing which can possibly happen. So this strongbox revives a rare, which gets an additional mod, and the rare is the that guy with the shield who shoots the green balls, which one-shot literally every character. And I didn't even see it was joining again. I mean, I should have, like, looked at this. But this mob is just the most stupid mob. It's literally unkillable from the front. And it's, even if it's a white mob, you only need, like, 2 or 3 of the balls and you're dead instantly.
Yes.
And then you get it in, like, a rare version juiced from a strongbox, really? I mean, I don't think I will ever. I highly doubt that I will reach level 97, level 98 anyway. But that's like, these things are like, like, there's just certain things. Wait, wrong map. There's just certain things which are just so horrible. And this mob, it has been there like since the very beginning, and oh, god damn it, it's so freaking annoying. Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, PoE 1 is just. I don't think it's like, I don't think new players should play PoE 1 at this point. You know, I get it that, you know, a lot of people have been playing PoE 1 for a long time and they will always return to it, and it's completely fine. But I think if you're like new to PoE, it's I think it's not a game to get into at all. I mean, I've been playing PoE 1 for, like, you know, quite a bit. I never fully got into the game. I played it actually very, very early, like 12 years ago or something like that. And then I played it again like a couple of seasons ago. You know, just made like a random Rage of Fire build, had some fun. But getting into like the deep mechanics of PoE 1 is just something I would never recommend to like a new player. It's really just very hard to get into. And also the community is like kinda a little bit gated there, to be honest. So I think PoE 2 is like in a very, very good state right now for like new players. It's definitely not like for, you know, like the couch potato player, so you need to obviously invest like a little bit of knowledge. But, you know, there's very good guides on like all the mechanics on PoE 2 out, and the mechanics are really not that complicated. And the game is just like, you know, it rewards you. Like if you want to play something like D4, it's just not gonna get, like, it's not gonna reward you with shit. So you're just gonna stop playing very soon and just gonna be very disappointed because the game is more exhausting than rewarding. And, yeah. I mean, that's why I really like about PoE 2 in its current state. It has annoying bugs. It has, like, the whole, you know, stability issues and stuff like that. It's really, really annoying right now. But, you know, it's early access. That's something they're working on fixing. But besides that, I feel like the game is actually in like a really, really good state right now. Gold? You really just run maps, to be honest. Like, if you need gold, just spam maps. It's... Don't even, like, look at selling items. You can sell items, but it's not worth it. It's really just spamming maps. Like, every map gives you, like, a lot of gold. If you, like, play, you know, tier 15 maps, they give a good amount of gold. Yeah, but in PoE 2, you don't, like, after, like, you know, 300 hours is, like, you know everything after 300 hours, right? And in PoE 1, 300 hours, you know what? That's nothing. Like, you're not even gonna, I mean, maybe with 300 hours PoE 1, you maybe have, like, 10%. And in PoE 2, like, again, the mechanics are relatively simple if you just understand the overall, you know, thing. If you know what tools to use and stuff like that. It's relatively easy, if you ask me. Like, there's no comparison to PoE 1. If you don't have more than 16k for Spark, you're doing something completely wrong. So you might not have the bloodletting, or I don't know. Like, if you only do 16k, you're not playing this build. You're probably playing a different build or something. It makes no sense. Because even if you take out your like, even if you completely screw up your build with, you know, let's say you're completely screwing up your build and you forget to, like, socket bloodletting, right, which literally does all the damage, you still should do, like, 200k or something like that. So if you're really doing, like, 16k, that there's something so wrong with your build. it's hard to tell, but you're likely not playing the build at all. It's maybe you have like a level 10 spark or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, there's something very, very wrong. Yeah, you can use the Merchant Omen. It is still not, it's not over. Oh, God. But I honestly feel just running maps gives you enough gold. Like, what exactly do you need the gold for? Like, because I like the only thing. So yeah, to craft 280. Yeah, spark level 13. You're just buy a level 19 spark, bro. So most important is your gem levels, right? So you need the max level gem. You need a plus 4 lightning skills on your wand at least. You need like plus 3 on your amulet. You want to have as many skill levels as possible. That's the most important, really. And spark level 13, that's like what? That's like a level 50 gem or something like that. With level 78, I think you can do level 18 or 19 gem. Not sure which level, but like most important, more upgrade your gem levels. That's very, very important. Yeah, but changing the passive tree, that should not cost you more than like 100, maybe 200k gold. So if you're talking about a lot of gold, I'm thinking about you need like, you know, millions. So I don't think like, you know, switching a passive tree is not that dramatic actually, if you ask me. Also, what I don't understand is, so how are you level 78 and you're able to afford items worth 100 divines if you're running a level 13 spark? Like, I kind of don't understand this. I'm not gonna, you know, I'm not gonna speculate, but it makes no sense to me that you have all these items. So my assumption is either, you know, you did RNT like a crazy guy, or you are not playing that build and you don't have the items, because to me it doesn't make sense to have that items on a level 78 character. Oh, it's your force build. So you're doing your force build, and I mean, you should know that gem levels matter. But yeah, if it's 22k, you're still doing something completely wrong. Check if you have the bloodletting support gem socketed. Because it just makes no sense. Like, that number makes absolutely no sense. That's like just lightning damage of the spark, maybe. Nah, not even that. It should even be more. Like, even lightning damage of the spark should be more than that. That makes no sense, bro. Makes no sense. How much life do you have? So, how much is the life cost of your spark? No, it's not 5.9k. The life cost of your spark. Mine is like 3.7k life. Yeah, I mean, that's okay, but what's the life cost of your spark? How much life does your spark cost? Why I don't use a Headhunter belt? Because I don't have it. Where am I even going here? Okay, so you want to at least double that? I mean, actually, it's okay. It's okay, actually. Because you only have like low life pool, right? So your life pool is not very high. But But it still makes no sense. Check your passive tree if you have Resolute Technique. If you have that, remove that.
Yes.
2 extra prefixes? Prefixes are shit on amulets, aren't they? Yeah. No, I just have one. I just bought this one here. This was like 30 diffs, but it's not Giga juiced. You don't need anything Giga juiced in this build. That's the good thing. So you really just need max rarity, maximum life, cast speed, and intelligence or strength. You have the unique jewel. Do you have Resolute Technique? This cannot be crafted deterministically. So alone the base for this costs like 30 diff, I would say. From nothing on Resolute Technique. Are you sure that you did not spec Resolute? Check if you clicked this. Check if you click this keystone. Because this keystone removes crit. So if you buy a ring base, are you 100% sure you did not click this? Because it makes sense if you have it. Well, then it makes no sense. There's no way you're dealing that damage. I don't know. It makes no sense. I cannot help you. I'm sorry. It makes no sense. It absolutely makes no sense. If your spark is like... If you have no skill levels in your entire gear, maybe, or something like that. But... it just makes no sense. Sorry. Again, it happened to me. It has nothing to do with dump. It happens that you click this accidentally. It can happen, believe me. But yeah, it makes no sense. Like if you would say it's like somewhere around 200k, but having 20k damage with 7k life and a bloodletting, that's not even possible, basically. Maybe if you have no crit chance, like if you have 0 crit chance, if you have like 0 spark, like, you know, my spark is level 31. So if your spark would be like level, you know, 20 or something like that, maybe. But yeah, it's very unlikely, to be honest. Alright, soon at the tower. Can't wait. You cannot deterministically craft this ring. It's just... So, any item which has rarity on it is RNG crafting. So, yes, sure, you can do that, but you're not guaranteed to succeed. And it's easy to craft stuff which doesn't have rarity on it, but the only way to get rarity is either, you know, re-rolling with Omen of Lights, which is like 3 diffs per, which is absolutely not worth it. Or you have to buy a base which already has like the double magic find on it. And I would assume like a gold ring base with, you know, double magic find, double tier 1 magic find is probably like 10 diffs right now. And then you can craft from there. But even the life modifier is not guaranteed, so you might need Omen of Lights and stuff like that. So I think in the end, a lot of these crafts which involve item rarity are in the end very expensive. And you always have like the way of being unlucky. So that's the thing with the crafting. The affixes which you can get like with the homogenizing, so this word, I hate this, is easy to get, right? But the other ones are still RNG, so you either need a base. Yeah, and then you have a dead suffix on your ring. So what are you gonna do with the suffix? Right, so then you kind of, you can force it, then you can remove it with an Omen of Light, technically. But you still have to, like, remember, you have to have, like, the item rarity in the base and stuff like that. So it's just what I think is, you know, the crafts which involve item rarity, either you have a lot of money, because usually it's the only deterministic way is either buy like an item rarity base, which are usually they are extremely expensive, and you can still brick it though, right? It depends on how much RNG is based on the craft. For a ring with a life tag, I think you can force life in the prefix, yes. Whenever you want to craft item rarity, basically you have to, you know, go for Abyssal and spam Omen of Light. So if you want to make a really expensive item, you can do that. But, you know, every Omen of Light is like 3 diffs, and you're not guaranteed to get this. So it can happen that you just burn like, you know, 50 Omen of Lights without ever getting tier 1 rarity. So, that's why I say I think 30 diff for that ring is actually a pretty good deal. That's why I always use weighted sum trading, and I just throw the rings. And you mod all rings which were doing roughly the same were in like 60 to 80 divine range. And that ring was like 30 divines. I mean, there was actually some more in that range. But that was a pretty good deal, so that's why I bought it. And I actually don't mind doing these crafts. Because crafting is so easy. Which one didn't I click? The top one? Because crafting is so easy this season, the crafted items are actually not extremely expensive. You don't pay like a very high premium for most crafted items. And that's why the price is usually like, yeah, you might pay like a 10, 20, 30%. But I mean, it's obviously also just, you know, complete min-maxing, right? Because what the hell is going on? I should stop talking and, you know, start playing. Not like a stupid dump ass here. But yeah, so the ring is really like the item rarity is just like pure, you know, pure bonus, obviously, right? You don't have to get it. But, I think it's like, I wouldn't say it's mandatory, but if you want to farm for items, I feel like it's kind of mandatory to have it. I mean, I was running at 150%. I'm now running at 240%. I did not test juice maps yet, right? So I will get to the juice maps in, probably going to be there in like 15 minutes. But I don't think there's a huge difference between 150 and, you know, 250% actually. There's a difference, but I don't think it's like huge. Yeah, I pulled that. There's still one monster. I can do that, yes. I will do that. If you... Where did you post it? You would have to... You can go on my Discord and post it there, then I can check it. My fragment tab is full. The good thing is, if your fragment tab is full, just make another one. See, that's the problem I have with the tablets thing. Because, you know, I don't want to freaking go through these tablets. I just don't. So I just stack them. I don't even want to bulk trade them. I can bulk trade them away for 1x each, but that's way too tedious, right? So they basically just have to go. And as soon that happens, let me check your thingy here. Right, let's import your thingy. All right, let's see. All right, you got all the good stuff. So you basically got everything I have. You don't have the Resolute technique. So, Crossbomb. I have to go to Spark. So I don't know what you're saying. Like, your Spark hit DPS is 277k. Like, not sure how you say it's like 23k. Your Spark is like 250k. So, right? This PoE says you have no amulet, so I don't know what's wrong with that. No, there's no way. There's no way you have 23 on the gem tab. Do you have it on the wrong weapon set? Did you check like weapon set 1 and 2? But yeah, you have no amulet, so I cannot really see that. I don't know why, but so you have a respite, which is, I mean, obviously with the amulet you are like missing a good chunk, but you know you have like no, I don't care actually. So you have like 6k life. You have a respite. I think you let's see what your like crit chances. Where's crit? Wait, this is Spark. So you have 17% crit at 380. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. Your Spark DPS should be like much higher. As like PoB also shows that it's much higher, right? So you have I mean, obviously this is like level 13 Spark, right? So this is garbage. This has to be level 19, as you can see. Like this straight up like almost triples your damage if you get like to level 19 with your Spark. And yeah, this says +1 level, but I don't know what wand you have. Yeah, okay, your wand is +1. I mean, you know, I mean, this wand is like honestly, this wand's like the worst wand I ever see. This is like so freaking bad, man. Like this wand is like the biggest piece of shit I've ever seen. I'm sorry, but this is not even. Oh my god. So, you know, literally, just go for wand. Just go to the trade. Just search for a wand, right? Just type wand, and just type level of lightning spell. What is it? Lightning spell skills. And you just type 5, right? So that's it. Wand. Wait, what did I do? Item category wand. Why doesn't it show anything? Level of, I think it's lightning spell. Level of all lightning skills. Wait, what? Why doesn't it find anything? What am I doing here? Oh, okay, not again. So I think it's lightning spell skills, yeah. Lightning spell skills, right? So +5. Right, 4 Orb of Annuls. Let's get this in Exalted. Right, so just, I mean, you know, it's like 1 divine, right? A random +5 wand is 1 divine. This is gonna triple your damage if you just spec this. So, I mean, 220k is not that bad, actually. If you are like, don't have like max crit. But yeah, you have a +1 wand, get a +5 wand, or get a +4 wand, you can get it for cheap. Also, like, you know, that's gonna be fine. But besides that, you know, this is like a bad Kaom's Heart, obviously, but you know, it's good enough, actually. These gloves are literally doing nothing. So I don't know, like your build seems kind of random. Like you have literally gloves which do nothing at all. You have like boots which do nothing at all. So I you know, you should just do a training session because your gear overall is just very bad. You have like random jewels, crit chance. Well, actually, this is okay. I mean, the jewels are alright, but like some of these items, you have to work on upgrading these, right? Your gloves alone, if you get like soul core gloves, you get like so much more cast speed and stuff like that. So I mean, but you know, first of all, really just upgrade your skill, like your gem level to like level 19. Upgrade your wand. Like you have a +1 wand that's like really just it's just where's my stupid omens though? Oh, there. Wildwood. Do the stupid Wildwood here. Again, it really comes down in the end to like spell levels and everything. So the difference between a +4 and a +5 one is not huge. But then also, you know, the difference between a level 19 spark and level 21 spark is like 30% more damage. Difference between +2 and a +3 amulet is like, you know, 30%, 20% more damage or something like that. You can say like in this build, like one skill level is basically 20 to 30% more damage. Because it increases the cost and it also increases the damage. Yeah, level 27 Spark is alright. I mean, you're just basically 4 levels below optimum there. So you basically will double your damage if you get like to a level 31 Spark. I mean, so basically, oh, what the hell is happening here? What? Why am I dying? Basically, skill levels is the most important for this build because skill levels increase the cost and also the damage. And so it's basically double dipping into your damage scaling there. So a +7 wand should be a very high priority as soon as you get like, you know, you usually can pick up +7 wands with runes already socketed in for like 20, roughly 20 divines in trade. They will not be perfect, but they don't have to be perfect. The most important will be the +7 skill levels there. This was so disappointing actually, but I hate this map anyway. Again, like most likely, the only explanation I can find why your gem tab, if PoB shows you 200k and your gem tab shows you 20k, that's either because you don't have like the requirements for support gems, so you might not have enough strengths and the bloodletting is not working. You know, that's always a possibility, right? If you look at your gem, you basically should have, you know, a lot of physical damage. And if it's not showing physical damage, you might not have enough strengths to run your bloodletting. That's a possibility. Again, another possibility is you're like accidentally clicked Resolute Technique. So if your spark shows no crit, right? That happened to me. If it doesn't show crit here, I would double check that. Because that's basically gonna, you know, remove like 90% of your damage as well. But besides that, you know, I wouldn't really see like any sense in that. Okay, finally at the tower. But yeah, I mean, you can try like resocketing the gems or something like that. Maybe your gem is over your like character level. I don't know. Like usually it's like mistakes like that which cause this. Does your gem does your spark show high physical damage? But I don't know, if you have like no int, then you couldn't cast Spark, right? So if you don't have enough int for the Spark, then it will simply be removed from your skill bar. So... But yeah, level 19 gem would need, I think, 157 int or something like that. Oh, where's the goddamn boss? You can just... I have like a Widowhail build guide for this on my channel. You can really just use this Widowhail leveling guide. Like the first quiver with +1 projectile starts at level 5. And that's how I leveled this character. I just, you know, used the Widowhail, like a random Widowhail. And that works like perfectly fine. Like I think at level 32 or something like that, you get like the +2 and then you're like completely killing everything anyway. Alright, 1 tower, and now I think I'm gonna go for like the grand project here. I really don't wanna... Let's actually see how far away the other tower is here. Alright, so we need... Wait, where am I? Huh? Here. Okay. Shouldn't it be blue? Anyway. So yeah, this tower, I need this tower, and I need this tower, so I have juice here. So I could either travel... Well, actually, I can travel here. Because using the grand project is basically always gonna... Where does this go? Why can I access this map, though? Like, using a grand project now will basically remove quantity from the maps I want to run. And this tower shouldn't be so far away, actually, if I go back here. Because these 2 towers... I'm not gonna need any juice on this maps here, right? Because these are just a 2-tower setup, and I already run the 3-tower setup once. So I'm only gonna run like all these maps here. So I can safely go like to like the back roads here. Let's just call it back roads. But you know, I'm kind of like confused about this map, so I might just run this map here real quick. I mean, the 3-socket whale, it really just gives you 40 life, right? So it makes no huge difference at all. I just got this cheap, but, you know, getting this as a 2-socket is completely fine, to be honest. It's like a very, very tiny difference. Right, so... I want to just see what this map reveals, because maybe there's like a good pass. Wow, that's actually crazy. So I bought this, but I got a good deal on that one though, right? So when I bought that, I think the regular ones were like 10 diffs, and I saw this for like 15, I think. But this was also like a long time ago. This is like more than 2 weeks ago I bought this. I bought this before I even had this build going. And I got a good deal on that one. But yeah, if you know, if they are like 70 diffs, that's probably like, you know, you don't even want to like think about it. Like, you're just looking at basically, like, you know, a 40 life, like 70 diffs is like never worse, like 40 life, right? It's just completely outrageous. I think for 70 diffs you can also get like the 60% ones, which, you know, will be a little bit better, obviously. But yeah, that's actually stupid. Like, that's also like completely overpriced. It doesn't make any sense, because the only build running this is really Bloodmages. And we won't take advantage of the rune slots for that thing, right? So the only valid reason to get this 3-socket would be if you would socket powerful runes in the helmet. And, you know, we just socket life in it, so it makes absolutely no sense that even the, you know, even a 60% corrupted one is probably cheaper than that one. So that's actually very, very stupid. Yeah, sure, I can price check something for you if you send it to me. Okay. What do we have? Oh, what? Don't run into these mines. I don't understand what's going on this map. Oh, emeralds. Emeralds are cheap. I think nobody runs emeralds this season because, you know, everybody playing Deadeye anyway, so movement speed is not an issue. Lightning damage, increased attack speed, damage with bows. Oh, I have no freaking idea, dude. Sorry. I don't play Deadeyes, but it looks expensive. So the 54% with one socket is probably going to be a little bit less than a 3 socket. But yeah, if it's already better than a 2 socket. I think it's, you know, roughly like the conversion ratio where like 1% life is roughly like 100 hit points or something like that, I would assume. But you also like have to take into account, it always depends a little bit on the balance, right? So the balance between flat life and percent life. Because in this build, you usually already like oversaturated a little bit on percent life. But it's crazy that the triple socket is like so freaking expensive. That's actually a little bit out of control. Yeah, it's completely fine. I mean, even if you have like a, you know, even if you're like a 50% with one socket, that's still completely fine. I don't even know if my trade links are linking to like a 3-socket one. I mean, they were relatively inexpensive. I don't really know why they are so expensive now. It actually makes no sense because it's not like that strong actually. Right, do we have any big flags? Big flags. Big flags, big flags. I don't see any big flags, so I'm just gonna use like the random one here. Shit, I have to actually... Oh, this is actually dangerous. Should probably not do this. But yeah, let's go. Okay, I was fast enough to get there. Expedition can do crazy stuff, so... Yeah, but this was not like such a popular build, honestly. I mean, I don't know. I mean, at this point, I think blood mages are like 15%. So I guess, you know, it's kind of popular. But I don't know. I mean, it's probably extremely rare, right? So, but yeah. So you cannot get one with 3 sockets and 6% because it's corrupted. So you can either get a corrupted socket or corrupt the values. So the corrupted one will be... So if you want to have one with, you know, 6%... First of all, I would go for 7% cost. Like you can get 6% crit, but 7% cost is better. But I think it's also much more expensive right now. You know, so the increasing the max life will give you much more damage than increasing the crit chance. That's just, you know, just a side note there. Yeah, nice. This is actually... I mean, I should actually put something on this tower first. Okay, so I basically only have stupid breach tablets left. Oh, that's so bad. Nothing here. Okay, we got some precursors, hopefully. There's one. I only got like super bad ones here. Just 5% ones. I'm gonna buy some. Let's go for some... I don't even have precursor tablets in my list. With quantity of items 6%. The other stat actually doesn't matter, but... Oh, we got nice, but it's gone. I just want exalted orbs, please. Oh, I have 25, that's actually So let's add shrines, because shrines is pretty much the only valuable modifier. How much are 7s right now? It's not worth it. Like, that is just not worth it. Oh, they're 50 now? Shit. What? Come on.
It's yours.
Wait, am I making a mistake here right now? Let's see. Actually, like, I don't really care, because it's just, you know, 60 exorts at this point is basically just nothing anyway. So let's just buy 2 of these. And then usually I buy boss tablets or ritual tablets, but I don't really need ritual tablets, so I would just usually do just boss tablets. See if we are faster than this guy. Yes, nice. Oh, I don't have enough exalts? Shit.
Bye then. I'll post it right away.
Oh, it's still there though.
Nice choice.
Okay, we have 1 boss tablet. We need 1 more.
It's yours.
Price for 7% starts at 75 diffs. What's 7? Wow, that's... Jesus Christ, these are expensive. These have been so much cheaper. Like, I don't know. That's really out of control, to be honest. Like, this one here is like a 7-11. That's actually funny, but it's you know, 7%, 11% spell damage. And I bought this for like, I think it was like 30 or 35. And that was just 2 days ago or something like that. So that's actually a little bit out of control, I have to say. Wait, we don't have any breach tablets for... We should have breach tablets for 7%. Yes. So breach tablets are just dirt cheap, so I would always run them at 7%. If you're on a budget, you basically can just push in breach tablets, like a... No, it's probably the best thing you can do, honestly. Just push, Huh? What? Why can't I... Huh? Wait. I ran this tower. What? Why can't I do this tower? I ran this. Am I stupid? No, I'm not. I literally just ran this tower. Huh? I'm like super confused. Let me run it again. But I ran this. No. Really? Oh my god. This game. And that's also like so freaking retarded. Why do I have to click this goddamn thing? That's like Diablo 4 style, to be honest. Like, having to click something to finish it, that's so Diablo 4, actually. It should just stupidly auto-finish. Like, this is really, like, this is like Diablo 4. Click this to finish. Click this, wait 15 seconds to finish. No, Diablo 4 would actually click these 3 things in a row to finish. For no reason. And it would actually make it difficult because you wouldn't find this thing to click on. Because it would be like hidden below loot. So you would have to pick up all the loot and then you could click it. That would be actually D4. And if you're full, you would have to teleport to town, get rid of your loot, and then you could just click it. I hate this. This happens so this happens to me a lot, but usually, you know, I just put the tablets in right after I do the tower, and then I notice, oh, I have to go back to the tower and put the tablet. But, you know, this time I obviously didn't. But yeah. Happens. I could swear I clicked it though. Anyway, now I clicked it. Alright, so to get this tower, this would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 maps. I guess that's alright. No, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actually. And then we are good. Then we are good. Then we can juice finally. So yeah, usually I would wait, where's my omens? I'm running without security here.
Oh, it's you. I'll post it right away.
It was the I'm so blind today. I don't know what's going on. What's your newbie question? No, you just buy 1500 with 2 sockets. So you would want to look at the late game variant, not at this variant. This variant is extremely expensive. So I have another variant for this build, which is I think called like life scaling endgame or so. There's actually trade links for less expensive items, except for the helmet, which is still set to 3 sockets. So I guess you have to change that to 2 sockets. But yeah, you don't want to buy the overpriced items when you're starting this build. You just want to go like to the regular endgame build I have. Because this one you will not be even able to afford 1 item to run this build, basically. I mean, if you want to make it better, I mean, I don't know if you looked at the update video I posted. I like kind of put a priority there when to advance which items. What is happening here? Something weird is happening to my life sometimes. I don't know what. Like I'm dropping super low for some reason, and that never happened to me. What again? Huh? I don't know what that is. That should never happen. Like it just looks like my regeneration just stops for like a split second or a second. It's like super weird actually. I have to keep an eye on that. So the very first thing I would say is like the wand basically. So you want to have like a +7 wand. That's kind of the highest priority for your upgrades. +7 wand, then you know, +3 amulet, important. Then kind of, you know, work on the gloves and the boots, I would say. Then you can start getting like a better chest piece, but again, it's like expensive, so it's something I would, you know, I would probably even go for like a megalomaniac with crit damage before. This less recovery map? Oh. Super confused why I'm getting so this regeneration thing. It's, you know, if you play in the lowest version, it's not so expensive, actually. I mean, there's... Obviously, this is like a very high-end build. But the base items, if you don't want to get them, like, over-corrupted with additional sockets and stuff, they will probably just cost you, like, somewhere around, like, 30 divines or something. It happened again. What is happening on this map? I wanna get this map over. I don't know what's happening here, but something is like kind of dropping my health. That's not a situation I wanna be in. I mean, I've seen way more expensive builds than this one, actually. If you just look at the base items you need, and don't like buy, you know, grand spectrums for like, you know, 40 diffs each and stuff like that. You couldn't do tier 11 maps with the Widow Hail? I mean, it's you know, it should work, but you know, you can always play something different, obviously. But you know, I mean, I made a showcase in the build guide where I like easily did like tier 50 maps, but that's basically doing white maps, right? So I didn't do heavily juiced maps, and I didn't juice my atlas. Because I consider that build really like a very, very cheap starting build. So that's really not for making like juiced maps and stuff like that. Because yeah, you will transition out of that. But a wand and focus, usually if you don't play crit, it should not net you more damage than Widow Hail, actually. If you crit, then obviously it's better. Actually don't even care about the breach, I just want to go to like the juice area here. But yeah, this high-end version seems to be getting more and more expensive every day, unfortunately. So I don't know if it's gonna be even like remotely affordable. Like the prices for everything like seems to like have like tripled in the past, I don't know, 3-4 days maybe. It's really expensive. Which is kind of odd because I mean, I know this build like these builds have like some popularity because there's also like other versions of this build, obviously. But I still think like the items are like kind of overpriced. So buy a wand. For wands, it's kind of, you know, you have to check the trade for a little bit. So it's really just, you know, getting a wand which has +2 already socketed in. They appear once in a while. It's always, you know, if somebody is upgrading their wand and he wants to make some fast cash. Usually, you know, but I see them a lot, actually. But yeah, they are like, you know, 20 plus divines usually. But, you know, by just, you know, buying a +2 on a wand alone is like 30 diffs right now, just getting the runes. So usually I see like very good deals for those wands. I mean, my wand isn't perfect, but I'm not gonna upgrade it. Oh god, boss. You can always go for a +4 wand, but so really the like a +7 wand is just so good in this build. Because you just have like the double dip damage scaling with spell cost and the damage. That's just making it one of the most most important pieces definitely for this build. I have 35k life regen.
I need more time.
Okay, 2 more maps, then we have juice. You spam temporal chains, what? Why would I get more if I spam temporal chains? Well, this is pretty tanky. But, you know, it's not like tanky. It's more like, did I just know? It's regeneration kind of tanky, so it's a little bit different. It costs more now. I don't think though. Like my curses cost like 1500 and my spark cost like 3700. I have to go crypt, riverhold, whatever. There are more towers on the horizon. There's one. It's a tower now. But the crypt is probably triple juiced. Yeah. Okay, these are all triple actually. Well, this is actually not triple, so... I mean, I have to, you know, sacrifice one triple. That's okay, I guess. How is your temporal chain so expensive? The regeneration comes from life spending, so there's like a jewel, the Undying Hate, which basically regenerates your life spent over 8 seconds, and it scales with life regeneration. So that's basically, you kind of have to ramp up, so you cast spells for like, you know, a couple of seconds, and then you have basically, you know, 20k plus life regeneration. But yeah, in this build, if you play like the helmet I play, you have basically no elemental resistances, so kind of you can get one shot by heavy elemental damage. So there's like some situations where you have to be like a little bit cautious, like especially the simulacrum bosses. If you meet the simulacrum bosses on a map, you kind of want to, you know, strafe around them a little bit. You don't want to basically face tank them, because if they hit you with like the 3 fireballs and the map has bad mods, it might just one-shot you. So there's some situations where you have to be a little bit adaptive. But it basically comes down to not, you know, face rolling difficult encounters, and that I feel like kind of counts for every build. But in this one a little bit more, because you have no elemental resistances. So really you can die to random stuff with this build. It's not like a, you know, a like Titan build with like a million defensive layers. This is definitely not it. This is, you know, technically this is a glass cannon build with a big hit pool and unlimited regeneration. But if anything breaks your hit pool with like one shot, or you also can get like, you know, 10 shots within like, you know, a split second, then it can actually kill you. But it happens very rarely. And usually it happens if you make mistakes. So you gotta get used to it a little bit, definitely. Yeah, Simulacrum is really easy with this build. Usually the bosses will die before they can cast or attack. Yeah, Temporal Chains obviously helps there. But, you know, Simulacrum is... I mean, it's high difficulty, but for this build, it's actually no match. The only thing which can potentially one-shot you there is the Simulacrum bosses, but in Simulacrum, they have, like, a kind of a long spawn animation. If it's on the map, they're already spawned, right? So they can instantly shoot you to the face. But in Simulacrum, they kind of take, like, a second to spawn, and usually they're just dead before they can do anything dangerous. You know, they might jump you, but they usually die, like, while airborne. On a map, it's a different story, though. If you run in a choke point where, like, there's, like, a Simulacrum boss, like, standing there and waiting to, you know, triple shot you with, like, a lightning bolt, you're just dead. So... But I don't think I would actually ramp up much faster because, you know, I'm burning myself to 0 instantly with Spark anyway. So if I would use like a different spell now, I don't think it would be much faster. I mean, maybe I'm, you know, maybe I'm misreading something there, but... Because in my mind, whenever I am at 0 cost, whenever I'm at 0 mana, then it wouldn't matter how much the spell costs. As long as I burn myself back down to 0, it should always be like the same, right? Even if my Spark would cost like 1,000, as soon as I'm at 0, it shouldn't be any difference than it costs like 4,000 or 1,000. Actually, if it costs 1,000, it would be even better, because then I would have, you know, less of a gap between the casts. But, you know, maybe I'm like misreading something there in that equation. So, but you know, this build plays fairly similar, right? I mean, I don't know about the data. Like the Fab Gun build is probably not that strong on the boss damage department, or maybe it uses like a different skill. I don't know how much damage Lightning Arrow does on like the boss, on the bosses actually. I haven't tested that. Good old double breach here. Triple breach, sorry. Not dropping anything though, as expected. But yeah, I mean, the movement speed is crazy, obviously, if you are like on an evasion character. So I think, you know, next season, I'm probably still gonna play Spark because I'm just obsessed with Spark. I just like the way the skill works. But I'm probably just gonna run it like on a, you know, on something which starts in the evasion area. It's just because, you know, the movement speed. It's just the movement speed. You need it. Without movement speed, you're just so inefficient. You can have the nicest build. If your build is like super cool, but has no movement speed, it's just gonna be ass. Like I was watching, like for example, the local hole one with like the rebuild. That looks really cool, but it doesn't move fast. So it's kind of, you know, it looks cool from the mechanics and everything, but it's just not moving fast. And then I look at, you know, all the you know, the lightning warp builds and stuff like that, and you know, I cannot really stand those because yes, they are fast warping. But whenever you don't have mobs, they're slow as fuck. So I also don't see like these builds as good. I see like, you know, currently really only the builds which have high movement speed and a spammable spell without basically movement speed penalties are kind of competitive, I would say. What is with this? So I have like this abyssal mods and it's kind of annoying me, so I pulled the maps where like all the rares get an abyssal mod, and I kind of regret it because it makes the maps just like extremely more annoying. Wand. Definitely wand for 30 diffs. For 30 diffs you should be able to pick up a decent +7 wand actually. You know what also would be awesome? Like a Waystone which can just instantly complete a map. That would also be very cool. I think somebody said that yesterday on my stream. So I just don't have to play these travel maps. So I could just say, you know what? Map instantly deleted. You know, pay like whatever, like 50 exalts for the Waystone. And map just gone. That would be awesome actually. Yeah, no, don't craft. So the crafted wands for this build are not good because you craft prefix mods which are useless for you. You basically, the crafted wands have like gain damage, spell damage, lightning damage, all that stuff does nothing for this build. So really it doesn't make much sense for this build to craft a wand. You're just gonna basically craft mods which are very, very irrelevant. So I really recommend just buy one which has already like +2 spell socketed in. It really doesn't have to be a great wand because most of the sets just don't do anything. I'm completed though. I show you. I also have it in my so I'm gonna make another video on actually how to prioritize, because you know I get asked like a lot how to like what does damage, like a lot of people just don't understand what drives the damage with bloodletting, and I'm gonna make like a little video on that probably tomorrow to just explain it a little bit more in detail, what mods actually affect it and what mods actually don't affect it. So if you look at my wand, I picked this up cheap because it's sanctified actually. But this has like relatively low cast speed, relatively low crit damage bonus. Basically, the only thing what counts, what does something to this build, and I'm gonna explain it now in the order of appearance, right? So 108% increased spell damage on this build is roughly 7% more damage, maybe a little bit less. Because you are looking at 9.7k hit points, so your respite, if you have a 10%, already gives you 970%. So bumping those 970% by 100% is not even 10% more damage, right? So obviously it's nice to have this spell damage in the prefix, but it doesn't do a whole lot. +5 skills is the most important. Then +2 level of all spell skills for the runes. That's the most important by far, far, far. Then you have all the other damage types. Lightning damage literally does absolutely nothing for this build. If you have 100% lightning damage in the prefix, it's completely useless. It doesn't do anything. If you have elemental damage crafted on this, it does absolutely nothing. It's completely useless. The only thing which, and also like the gain as fire, as lightning, is completely useless. It basically does almost nothing. Because if you look at this spell and how it works and how conversion, like damage gained as basically. So this is how it works, right? So you have the base skill, Spark. It has a base damage, as you can see, it gets 38 to 726 damage here, right? That's the base damage of the skill. So increasing the base damage of the skill will basically increase everything which comes after. So then you can see your bloodletting. No, I make it later. I don't make like quick recorded videos. But then you see your bloodletting basically gives you extra physical damage. So it's basically gain as physical. So that means it basically takes... Well, this is how it works, right? You have your base spell damage, and the next layer which comes is gain damage S. So it takes your base spell damage and then gives you gain damage as physical. So you can see I have 100k physical damage, I have 3k fire damage, right? So the 3k fire damage is my gain damage as fire. That is 3k, so that's not even 3% of the total. Lightning damage is basically the base damage and my gain damage as lightning. So that's 17k, that's not even 20% of the damage. So if you would add 100% more lightning damage, 100% increased lightning damage on this now, what would happen is, first the gain is calculated, and at the very last the damage increases get calculated. So you would have the 17k, and if you would have 100% more lightning damage, it would actually add... Again, we are already at 1000%, right? So it would add like basically 10% more to this, roughly. So you would add like 1.7k, so it would not even increase your damage by more than 1% if you would add 100% lightning damage. If you, however, add 100% damage with spells that cost life, that is going to be spell damage. So that is going to scale with the physical damage, right? So everything which scales your physical damage has effect. So this is basically spell damage from your respite, spell damage in the prefix, any other spell damage, and obviously crit, right? So crit and spell damage basically scale with your 100k physical damage, elemental damage, lightning damage, fire damage, whatever, scale with your irrelevant damage. So that's why you can get these wands relatively cheap if you basically just ignore like the prefix stats. Like for example, you find a wand in a prefix which has 150 mana. For any build which does elemental damage, it's a brick. But for this build, it doesn't matter because, you know, these affixes are completely irrelevant. And then if you look at like, for example, my my wand, where's my wand? This is my wand. So this is my wand my wand priority list, right? And, okay, this is still the wrong one. I have a different one, but basically, in my higher priority list, I have this down to like 1 from the scaling. So I have like a 5 scaling on cast speed, 1.5 on spell, on 1.5 on spell that cost life, 1% on physical. I don't think physical exists, actually. And then we have crit spell, damage bonus, and crit chance. I don't want to have crit chance, so I just reduce this to the minimum. And then you can give it a budget, like 2000x, right? And now if you see, like, you're in the range of 15 divines, right? So 15, maybe you have to bump it up a little bit more. Maybe you have to, because so let's bump this to 3000, right? And then you sort by the sum. And now you will get these, and now you just scroll down until you find one which has spell skills in. This one is not. So you just scroll down, you will find, actually, there's something wrong. You have to go for rune sockets too. Maybe these are a little bit expensive by now, so let's just now let's just scroll like in this range, right? Now we scroll down until we find something which already has the spell damage runes in. Unfortunately, you cannot search for them, it doesn't work. But basically, I'm just scrolling until I find something which has already spell runes socketed in. Maybe there's none on the market right now, so it can happen. But usually I find some for like relatively cheap. But so here's one, for example, right? So yeah, this is 30 diffs, right? But still, like the runes alone cost 30 diff. As you can see, this has like a bricked suffix mod. This has like a bricked prefix mod. So this is not that great. It only has cast speed and spell damage. But just for the example, right? So if you would slot this in from the +4 wand, you would immediately double your damage. Yes, it's 30 diff, but it's still a decent wand. It's not great, right? But it has 2 sockets. And here's another one, right? +2 level of all spells. Again, 30 diffs. This has cast speed. You know, some spell damage. This is even worse for the build. But, you know, still, you can buy these because the lightning damage prefit is not going to hurt you so much. It's only going to cost you like less than 10% of your damage. And way more important is to get like your +7 for a relatively low price. Because, you know, and if you go higher, no, if you have a little bit more budget and you want to really want to have like a, you know, a better wand, you know, you're like looking at probably like the 70 range right now. And now you will probably find more which already have like +2 spells in with, you know, decent affixes, like this one here, for example, right? So this one here has 45 diffs, right? 75 spell, critical spell damage bonus, cast speed, elemental damage is a brick mod for us, but, you know, it doesn't matter so much, actually. So this is a pretty decent wand for 45 diffs, and, you know, prices are unfortunately increasing. But this is like how I would upgrade a wand. Just buy it with the runes already socketed in. Like here's another one. This is 55 actually. So whenever they're not corrupted, right, they are way, way more expensive, right? So this one obviously also has lightning damage, so we don't need it. It's not corrupted, but actually it's sanctified, so you would have to check that filter. It's sanctified as well. But basically, if you go for uncorrupted, unsanctified with 2 sockets, you know, these are going to be ridiculously expensive, obviously, because you can technically 3-socket them. And if you 3-socket them, you basically have the holy grail of a wand there. But yeah, that's, you know, kind of, you know, short story what you want to have on a wand. Oh, these are less recovery maps. Let's throw these away. Where's my map dump? Whatever. Let's do increased monsters, why not? Oh wait, I cannot search for this. Let's do additional pits. It's the link is in the video description. Just check it's also in the stream's description. So if you're on Twitch, you type !build, and that's gonna lead you to the Mobalytics planner, and that's gonna have all the trade links for every item. I always post like trade links for all items I use in my builds. I don't get Resolute Technique. It's just the from nothing, right? Because I want to get these 6% life, basically. That's really just all it is. I think by now I would have enough money for Valpact I think it's a little bit more efficient if I use this one to pick up the movement speed nodes, so I don't have to like do this expensive travel. But this one is very cheap actually and gives you like 6% life, which is actually pretty nice for this build. Oh, the buff nodes from the campaign just don't matter at all. It's like so irrelevant. You can get whatever you want. It really doesn't matter. It does not make any difference whatsoever. So really, you just get like stun threshold, and I don't even know what the other one does, to be honest. I mean, you obviously get the one extra charm slot, right? So that one is, but I guess that's a no-brainer. But all other ones are like completely irrelevant. And in the end, I just get movement speed, but you can get whatever you want, right? So, but yeah, I just get movement speed. Movement speed is just best stat in this entire game. Am I running like into like no man's land here? Or am I No, I don't think so. But yeah, movement speed and, you know, reduced movement speed penalty, these stats are just like so superior above overkill damage. And I guess by now most creators kind of, you know, picked it up that they do not build overkill damage. It's like, you know, like kind of, you know, this kind of rage gaming video style, whatever, like 15 million, whatever, overkill DPS, just, you know, pass like through everything which just solely gives damage. But in PoE 2, most creators actually like, you know, are like pretty honest about it. Like movement speed is just everything you can get. Get as much damage as you need. And on top of that, just get movement speed. So, because movement speed makes your farm faster, obviously unless you farm bosses. But you know, most people don't farm bosses because farming bosses requires just, you know, a lot of investment. I guess, you know, I guess the only valid farm, I would say, which is not maps right now, if you're like not super high on a budget, would be Zesht. Because Zesht always rewards you with breach rings and catalysts, which are, you know, you're pretty much always gonna get your money back on a Zesht run. But if you're like farming bosses, you know, you might just, you know, drain all your currency and you will never make your money back. So with Zesht it's a little bit different because it's always gonna reward you with like the breach rings, which are, you know, a lot of the time, if you know how to finish craft your breach rings, they are like very expensive. And yeah, you get the catalyst, so you always get your money back, basically, when running Breach. Oh. I don't know what happened there. So this can potentially give you a good item, but it usually doesn't happen. It's interesting if you disable loot filter. But yeah, so the tablets, this is really what I just right now, and I don't even hate the tower setups thing so much, to be honest. I think what I hate the most is just stacking the tablets. That is just really, that the tablets are not stackable, that I have to kind of, you know, ID them, buy them and stuff like that. That's like the one, the thing I hate most right now. Alright, one more map, then we have juice. One more map. Can't wait. Oh, actually two, no, one more map. Just the tower now. But yeah, overall, like I really like this iteration of the game. Like all the crafting changes, I think they are very awesome. It's also very great for like players who do not even engage in crafting, because there are so many people who do profit crafting on a relatively low end even, right? So especially in the beginning, there's so many people who profit craft items which are just selling like, you know, for 20, 30, 50 exalts, or maybe even a divine if you get like a little bit more into like mid game. And it's so great for players that you don't even have to, you know, understand or know how the crafting, but you can still just buy the crafted items, which, you know, would have costed a fortune in the last iteration of the game. But like amulets like mine, for example, in the last iteration of the game, there would be a mirror. And now they are like just 50 diffs because they're relatively easy to craft. And I think that's great for the game, because I think it doesn't really hurt like the super blasters, because you know what? The super blasters, it doesn't matter if they pay a mirror for an item or if they pay 50 diffs for an item, right? They will get the item, they will get overpowered. But it's really great for like the, you know, kind of intermediate crowd, which, you know, doesn't have, yeah, hundreds and thousands of hours to farm for gear. They can still pick up very high performing builds. Like this, with all like the basically 3+3 on the amulets, the 3+5 on the wands and stuff like that. You know, pretty much everybody can pick up a build which can farm like relatively high-end stuff and perform relatively good. And I think that's great for the game, actually. Because before it was very gated, like the top tier builds were usually, unless they were completely broken, they were very gated by a lot of cost. And now it's kind of, you know, I mean, obviously this build is a little expensive, but it's still comparably affordable, actually. Like, it's really, I think that really has improved a lot. I don't know how much of that will stay for next season, because the Abyssal is going to be gone. I mean, it's most likely going to go core, but if there's not going to be Abyss in every map, the omens and stuff like that are probably going to be much more rare, so it's going to be much more expensive to craft Abyssal maps. By the way, how much? Evasion, probably nothing, right? Thought that. Alright, let's go. Tablets. Boss. Breach. Right, so now we have juicy maps. We have a bunch of, I cannot even read this because of 57s. So we have like a big stack of 57% quant maps. So this is actually a really good area. We have like so many of these. That's actually good. That's a very, very great area. And once it's done, I think there's even a follow-up. Well, this is not really a follow-up. This is kind of a little bit of a follow-up. No, it's not. So there's no direct follow-up to this anyway. The next follow-up will be these two towers here on the top. But that's going to be like a little bit of a travel. But, you know, we have a good amount of maps. And we actually have one of these maps here, which is already overrun. So I'm going to put like my... I'm just going to test something here real quick for the overrun map. I'm just going to buy like a little special map here. Because I want to try something. I don't want to try the increased reward. I think it doesn't work, but I want to try increased monsters on Abyss. I think it's this mod. Is it this mod? Increased monsters. Either this or this. Abysses. Where is it? Abyss is an area. Which one do I have in your map? So I need an area, probably. What? Did I click the wrong one? Abyss is an area. What? Okay. Wait. This is like weird. Okay. That's so strange. I wanted to search for this mod, but I can't. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna run one of mine. Not sure why it doesn't work. But yeah, we have the big tab here. Where's so here are the maps. So let's search for one good one here. 43, 71 rare monsters. I just want to try if that's actually a good mod there. 100% more monsters. 82. Okay, so this one is probably 85 at 60. These are all not the best, honestly, but I'm just gonna use a random one. So this already has rare monsters. Because these maps are so rare. Corrupt this, but I'm not gonna do it. Corrupting destroys just all the maps this league. Right, let's see what this actually does. So not sure if this is actually so impactful. I'm still searching for like the best map to run on, you know, these kind of maps which are already overrun. I don't think it's like super relevant because these maps are like so damn rare. But yeah, this looks like a lot of monsters in the abysses, right? What's happening with these crystals? They just explode? Kinda scared. There's like a lot of stuff happening which I don't understand. Wait, are these like worth something if they are like area level 80? I thought they could be higher, but I think they can't. Okay. But I don't know if I feel like there's more monsters now or not. Honestly, I'm not sure if these mods are working at all. Crash! No! Stop crashing on me, game. So it's really dangerous if you have crashes like this in these situations. Because you're basically gonna get out of the crash and you have no life regen. So that's really really dangerous. It might straight up just lose you the map. What does expensive mean? Expensive means very expensive. Like 500 divines or something like that. Right, so where's the mobs? Oh, that's the mobs. So I don't even have health bars on the mobs. Like, this is like Giga bricked. And obviously we lost the map. Always. I don't know, it doesn't feel to me that like there's like a bunch of more mobs spawning actually. Like, it doesn't feel like 100% more, certainly not. How would someone get 500 diffs? That's actually not that much. I mean, there's a lot of ways to do this, obviously. But, you know, if you just play the game, like, usually, like, if I farm, like, somewhere in between 7 and 10 diffs per hour, if I just run maps. So, I mean, it takes, you know, it takes some time investment, obviously. Like, there's, like, profit crafting strategies. Usually, if you play the game and, you know, you keep upgrading your gear, you sell your old items, they usually get more expensive. So it kind of depends, obviously. But, for example, you have a lot of items you pick up early on. And if you pick up, like, an item early on for, like, 5 diffs, you know, 2 weeks later, it might be 50 diffs already. And then if you sell off your old items and stuff like that, that also, like, plays a huge role in, like, character progression. I basically had a lot of items which I had, like, very early on, which were very strong. And then, you know, I sold them off, like, later for a big profit. But yeah, like, a lot of my profit just comes from selling rares. So if I just go through my dump tabs and sell all my rares, I usually make, like, a good amount. Yeah, I mean, tier 4 bosses are tier 3 bosses now, and yeah, they die in, like, 1 second, basically. I have been here before, I guess. But yeah, a lot of, you know, making a lot of currency in this game comes down to actually trading, obviously. Like, a lot of it has to do with trading. Too much shit on the ground. Wait, why do I still have... Huh. No, spell damage... Gain is absolute dog shit. Gain is the worst stat you can get for this build. It's complete dog shit. And spell damage is okay, but it's absolutely not needed. It's not gonna net you a lot of damage at all. Yeah, it takes many diffs to make this. I mean, if you want to make exactly what I have right now, it does. If you want to make the, you know, the build as in the guide, you're probably looking at... I don't know what the current prices are. What is this? There is not even a boss here. Why does it lead me here? I think there's no boss. It doesn't show that. Wow, how is there a boss? It doesn't even show on the on the map that there should be a boss. Really the best +7 spells. Cast speed, crit damage, crit chance if you need crit chance, otherwise crit damage. Spell damage is good. Spell damage with spells which cost life is good. Everything else is... Everything basically which relates to elemental damage is completely useless. And spell damage, you can just say, you know, 100% spell damage is roughly 7% more damage. And 1 skill point is roughly 30% more damage, I would say. So that's kind of the ratio there. And the gain elemental damage, lightning damage, they literally do nothing. They're completely ignorable. Yeah, I don't care if there's like still a pit. So now we run the good maps. That. This is a pretty good one. Rare monsters have one additional mod and pits. This is pretty good, actually. So what do you have? Rust Bowl. Rust Bowl, always good. Like Rust Bowl. No, they don't get converted. So the way that it works is all the conversion happens at the same time. So they basically just take the base damage of your spark and then get converted. So that's where you see I only have like 181 to 3000 fire damage. That's basically the 25. So it's literally nothing. It's like 3% of the physical damage is what the converted fire damage is. So they really don't do anything. So it's so the way it works in PoE is very first you have the skill base damage, then comes all the conversion stuff, right? So gain damage S, damage converted, all that stuff comes then. Then comes the increased spell damage and increased lightning damage, increased fire damage, increased physical damage, whatever. And then at the very end, the more damage comes as a multiplier. Actually, it doesn't matter when the more damage comes as a multiplier because it's a multiplier. You can basically apply it at any stage, right? But if you, for example, have more lightning damage, right? I don't even know if, like, I think the gain will come first and then comes the more lightning damage. But in the end, you know, these elemental stats in this build basically have no effect at all. Level doesn't really matter for this build, so... I mean, I have leveling variant for this build if you check the build guide. But the level doesn't really matter. It's more about the amount of divines you have to get the items. The level is pretty irrelevant. Also, like, you know, leveling is so fast. Like, from level 60 to, like, level 85, it only takes, like, 10 maps or something like that. So, I would really not value, like, any level. Basically, you will just, you know, from level 70 to level, you know, 97, you will just add more movement speed. So that doesn't make the build any less playable. Map's actually dangerous because of that shock round. So kind of take like a good amount of extra damage here. But yeah, no good drops so far. I feel like after adding more magic, when I get more rarity, I get less drops. Kind of weird. What I hate about the Abyss is that it takes too long for these to spawn. So I always have to like make multiple circles because they just spawn too slowly. I have to like basically skip the head and then I have to come back because then the mobs will have been spawned. Otherwise I would have basically I would have to stop in front of the pit and wait for the mobs to spawn. No, like Rakiata's flow doesn't work on this build. And additional arrows does nothing on this build. So really, if you look at the build guide, just play the support gems in the build. Like Rakiata's flow is the same thing. It only works for elemental damage, and this build does no elemental damage. It does only physical damage. So I would not try to experiment with these supports. It has all already been figured out. Well, I'm just telling you it's not working. Does literally nothing. Oh, my drops are so bad. This is like really out of control. I mean, 600k tooltip is not bad. No, don't go for any kind of lightning damage stuff. It just does nothing. No, it does nothing. Just don't. Ah, there you go. Drops coming in. So I was complaining about drops, and like now, like 6 divine, 1 map, easy. No, it's just luck. Headhunter is tier 0 unique. They basically have like the lowest drop chance. So it's just pure luck. Rakiata's gem, no. Doesn't matter if you're on a budget or not. It does nothing for this build. Just take the gem and sell it and buy a wand or whatever. Really, the only reason to buy that gem is just for lazy people who are too lazy to cast a curse while bossing. The gem itself does absolutely nothing for this build. It will reduce your damage by a lot if you slot it in. Yeah, for Lightning Arrow, Deadeye, whatever. Like it matters at that point. Because it just gives you map clear. But, you know. Obviously you can get that. Right, that was a decent map. Spring. Spring is good map. Alright, first juiced map, 6 divines. That was not bad, right? No, it was actually not 6, it was like 5. 5.5 maybe. Let's go for the second. But yeah, I'm running like 230% item rarity right now. Yeah, I mean, you can buy that wand, but, you know, you might just spend like 15 divs more and buy one which has already As I say, I just looked at them, right? There was wands for like 30 to 40 divines, which already had +2 spells socketed in. And they were not worse than your wand, because your wand has just has also like 2 dead mods. It has a dead elemental damage mod. So, again, I would really highly recommend buy a wand which has +2 already socketed in. You're not gonna get a better deal by buying a wand and then socketing the +2 yourself. It's like, number one priority, basically. Get the cheapest wand, which has a +2 socketed in. You can always sell it back if you made enough currency. But it's just gonna give you a huge damage increase, and all the secondary stats on that wand are really, really not very relevant. They are completely secondary, so +7 is the absolute most important thing there. So I would not pay 25 div for that wand. I wouldn't even pay 15 for that, because the stats are just bad for you. What's going on here? We have like an abyss party. I have no clue what's going on. There's like lightning everywhere. So really, just take the search I have for the wand, and in like the last video I made, like the very expensive one has the best filter for the wand. Search for a 2-socketed wand, and just take the cheapest one, which has a +7. That's really my advice there. No. I just literally opened it, so you have wrong search filters then. I mean, we looked at it like 10 minutes ago, and there was multiple ones for like 30 to 40 divines, which had +2 already socketed in. Unfortunately, the search for the rune does not work. Maybe it's fixed by now, but I haven't tried it in a little while, but it was usually not working. But there's definitely much cheaper ones. Again, just check the... you can also check this video description if you're on Twitch. So you have to type !build, then you check the trade links for... They're at the very top. For the very expensive version, there's a trade link for the wand. You just pop that in, and then you sort by the weighted sum, and then you basically scroll down until you find like the first wand, which has a +2 already socketed in. And you can always try if the filter works again with the runes, but I think it doesn't work. If the link has no result, you have to check the budget. I don't know what it's set to. There might be a limit. Or it's the wrong link. No, it should have a result, actually. Actually, there's no possibility the link has no result. You're probably using the wrong link or something like that. I created this link like an hour ago, and it had like hundreds of results, so it doesn't make any sense that it doesn't have results, because it doesn't have any so my links usually don't have any conditions, they just have a weighted sum, and that's why usually it's like not possible that they don't show results at all. I can show you in a second. Still have to do like this stupid expedition on this map. No, you're probably doing something wrong there. I'm just gonna check in a little bit, don't worry. Whatever.
Not yet.
Not on my watch.
I don't even know why I pick up these artifacts. They are worth like absolutely nothing. Look, I show you. I would have to check the video though. 1 second. It just no, if I'm logged in here. Probably am. So this is the guide. Right, if you're on the Mobalytics on the guide, you scroll down to the trade links. Here's the trade links for the final endgame version, and you click on wand. And there's your wand, 536 matched. And then you use the weighted sum and you sort by it. Right, now you see all the wands. And now you just scroll down until you find the first one with +2 all spells. Well, this is 85, so you probably don't want to do this. But you scroll down, basically, there's one for 70. Let's go further. Here's one for 60. So you just want to scroll down a little bit until you find a good one, because this is a pretty high-profile search. So you want to scroll down a little bit until the sum is decreasing to a value where it actually gets affordable. So here you have one for 45. And you will get to like the like 30-ish divine range. You will find them for 30 divines at some point. But yeah, you have to scroll a little bit. That's how this filter is set up, basically. You can always change the budget, though. If you go like to the... This is Exalted Orb equivalent like of 100,000. So let's, for example, say we put it like 10,000 to 3,500. Right now it's like in the 30 divine range. So if we like scroll in this 30 divine range, you will still find wands with +2 in this range. Not going to be so many, but you will find them. You just need to scroll like a little bit. They're not going to be the best wands, but you know, you're not looking for the best wands. You're basically just looking for a +7. And obviously the prices change a little bit, so you kind of have to scroll a little bit. But you will find one at some point. Here's one with +1 at least. But yeah, it takes a little bit of work. Here's another one with +1. Maybe you need to increase it a little bit by now, because we're like in the, you know, a little bit below 30-ish range. But usually still you will be able to find some with +2. But yeah, if you don't find any, again, you can probably like put it to like 4,000 or something like that. You don't need 100% crit chance. So again, like you will find these. It just takes a little bit of search. Unfortunately, the rune filter does not work. I think all the rune filters do not work. It would be nice if these rune filters would work. It's like the rune. They don't even show up. So we have these rune filters, but they don't seem to be working at all. I think there's not even one for the plus spell skills here. Oh, there should be one actually. Rune spell. There used to be... I mean, I tried this once in a while. But I usually don't find them. Yeah, I can't even find the rune now. So yeah, but there used to be like a rune filter to search for this, but it doesn't work. So I'm not finding it now. But yeah, I think they are not working. But in general, you will find them, but I don't know what the current pricing is. So you might be, you know, you might have to be paying like a little bit more by now. But yeah, in general, it's like always a good advice to like just scroll to these filters and just look for them. You can also do this multiple times, because usually they will pop up at some point. But, you know, as you can see, like the supply is not huge of these. Here's one, for example, for 35 diffs, right? This is actually pretty neat. Cast speed, spell damage, 85 spell, double convert, 5 lightning for 35. This is a pretty good deal, actually. So yeah, I mean, again, there's limited supply of these. But, you know, you will be able to find decent wands in the range of, you know, sometimes you can get them below 30 divines, but that's kind of, you know, the range you're looking at there is like, you know, 30 divines. Here's like another one for 35. This one not that great, but it's still okay. It has crit bonus, it has cast speed, has +5, has double gain though. So these things are definitely existing. Here's one for 30, right, which has 48 spell and cast speed, a big cast speed. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So that's like a very efficient update. And sometimes you're lucky, you're gonna find them for like 15. But yeah, that's basically just, you know, you have to be like on the look for these for a little bit. But it's way, way, way more efficient than buying a wand and socketing in those runes for like more than 25 divines alone. So if I would do that, I would just buy like the if you would buy like an extremely good wand, you know, you could do that. But yeah, I would highly not recommend doing so. Channel. God. Wow, these maps are all so bad. Yeah, you don't need a good one. Like, really, you can run with the +7. And you know what? If you want to really upgrade it at some point, you can just put it up back for sale. You can buy a new one. And you will sell this wand for, like... It's even gonna increase in value, believe me. So you will be able to sell off this wand. And it's gonna get sold quite fast, actually. So, it's not like you're making a loss by buying a bad wand, which has, like, the +2 spells socketed in. There's huge demand for these, actually. Not even cast speed is important, honestly. I always say about cast speed, you know, cast speed is basically pure quality of life. In a mapping scenario, cast speed is not gonna make any difference. It's just gonna make you a little bit faster. But it's basically just cheat DPS. Having more cast speed, especially if you have like a can't search, like this build already has like a very, very high cast speed. So the 20% cast speed on your wand, you know, comes down to, you know, just some little frames, really, because you already have, like, so much cast speed from your, like, all your other stuff. I mean, obviously, it's nice to have the cast speed on the wand, but you don't even need it. Like, if you can find a good wand, which doesn't have cast speed, but it has +2 skills socketed in, just buy it. Like, don't sweat the cast speed. If you have gloves with increased soul core effect, which I would highly recommend getting, then you're basically always gonna have so much cast speed already. That increases, obviously they do something, but for map clear where everything is pretty much one-shot anyway, it's really just gonna make your movement a little bit more fluent. And if you have a lot of movement speed penalty reduction, like for example in the boots, it's not even gonna make it much more fluent. You're just gonna cast like, you know, more frequently. But the difference there is really not extreme. Right, we're already like at 1.5 divine, plus the 2 bells, we're already like at 2 divines this map. So this strategy definitely works if you have a decent character. Omen of Light. Oh, nice. 5 divines in this map. Alright, this is lucky, right? The Omen of Lights are pretty rare. I usually don't find so many of these. But, yeah, so I can probably already, like, afford a Headhunter by now. I use Resolute Technique just to pick up 6% maximum life on my from nothing. But yeah, this is basically, you know, if you have 50% quantity maps with, you know, decently crafted maps. Again, I will have like a guide on how to craft these maps up like tomorrow. I already have like all the footage recorded. I just need to cut it together. It's actually pretty easy to make these maps. You have to pay a little bit upfront, obviously, like with all the strategies. But yeah, these maps are just super efficient to run. Like, you're always gonna make a profit if your character has decent rarity. If your character does not have good rarity, you're not gonna make a profit on these. So it's really a requirement. You want to have at least 100, better 150 rarity. Everything above 150 is luxury, but you want to have at least 100 to 150 rarity. Before that, I wouldn't run a strategy like this, because you're probably gonna make a loss. Because really, we are going for those high-profile currency drops here, and those it just requires rarity on your gear to get them. Without rarity, yeah, you will like once in a while get one, but it is just a requirement to run strategies which hunt for higher tier currencies. If you, I mean, and like Ritual, I guess, is a good farming strategy. That's like the next one I want to actually look into. Because it's like, it needs less of an investment, needs less of a powerful character, doesn't basically need any rarity whatsoever. I don't think rarity does anything on Ritual. Maybe it does, but I don't think it does. Wait, there's like loot everywhere. Okay. I accept that I'm full. God damn it. That's what I'm saying. Don't buy the runes. Buy the wand. Nothing is key except for +7. Really, if you don't have a +7 wand, the first thing, just buy any +7. The other stuff doesn't matter at all. But yeah, ideally, you want to just use my trade link, because if you use that, you will get like a decent, you will get decent wands. But most important is just +7. All the secondary stats are not very good. And again, I just showed you like, there was like 3 ones for 30 and 35 divines, which were all alright. They even had like spell damage, everything like cast speed, some had like crit. So yeah, I mean, I feel like 45 is already overpaying for that one, to be honest. Well, I just showed you how to do it. So, you type !build, you click on the trade link for the wand, and then you scroll down. I literally just showed it on stream how to do that. So, you don't need a filter, just scroll down. It took me not even like 1 minute to find like at least 3 wands for like 30 divines, which had decent stats, and +2 already socketed in. Sure, it would be nice to have the filter, but we don't have the filter. We just have to accept that we don't have it. What? Then you're doing something wrong. Or somebody just bought them all, but I don't think so, honestly. Like, these 30+ divine items, they don't go so fast. They usually, like, stay in the market for quite a while. You probably didn't sort by the sum. You have to sort by the weighted sum from top to bottom. Maybe you didn't do that. Then you will basically only see shit. But I don't know. Hard to say. Do we have any playable slick, but just 38? What is sulfuric currents? Oh god. Floats them. I don't even know any of these maps, man. I need like a favorite icon. Major endgame changes? Like now? Or is it like for next patch? I'm reading your chats. Yeah, most important. That's the whole point of weighted sums, that you can sort by them. Just click on it. You can sort by any mod and the weighted sum. So yeah, it's a really powerful tool if you know how to use it. Of course they're changing towers and tablets, but you know, like when are they doing it? Is it like a patch, or is it like for the next league? Yeah, I might watch it after this. Yeah, it's probably next league. Like, because that's what they said. Like, next league is the end game. I don't think they will patch this. That doesn't make much sense. I think they are probably busy with, like, PoE 1 right now. Really? That would be cool, actually. I didn't really expect much of 0.31, to be honest, because, you know, 0.3 was already such a big success that, you know, they don't even need to put out 0.31. But if they already iterated next patch, that's actually awesome. I mean, you know, I think it's not so important because, you know, I mean, there's still a good amount of players playing. I think there's like still roughly like 30% of the players playing. Yeah, tablets which X uses now, if they would be stackable, I would be fine. But yeah, I mean, less tablets, more uses would already, like, you know, fix a lot of the cluttering. With, like, you know, just having, like, to deal with, like, way too many tablets. That would already help, like, a good amount. I think it's not the ultimate solution, but it would be a nice intermediary solution, I guess. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's they are looking into, like, you know, at least having some kind of stackable system, like, you know, the scarabs in PoE 1. I think that's the only logical solution there in the end. I think nobody wants to identify these tablets. It's just, I think it's basically something they put together real quick because, you know, they had the systems and everything for that. But I think it was never like their endgame solution to have like these, you know, blue tablets which have to be like augmented and shit like that. That's just not a good solution, and I'm pretty sure like they knew that when they even introduced it, but it was still better than nothing, right? Now, tablets just have to stack, so they basically just have one mod, right? So you would have a tablet, and it would just have 7% increased quantity, and it will just stack. End of story. Like, no row ranges there, just make it stack. Stackable currency. So it's also like easy to trade them. That would be all it needs, really. Because even if it still has to be traded through the trade system, it's still going to be very, very tedious. Right, map. Where's my loot? We need better loot. But yeah, I'm gonna open it after this. You need to have the tech rod. You need to have the Undying Hate jewel with tech rod. That's what's making the regeneration. So that one here, Undying Hate with tech rod. So you get Sacrifice of Blood. That's basically regenerate 1 life per 8 life spent. And that's basically just gonna enable your life regeneration. Kind of the most important piece for this build, actually. They're like 11 divines or something like that. I don't know the exact price right now. They're quite expensive. But I could swear I like left the Chaos Orb on the ground. Is it worth running back for 1 Chaos Orb? You're welcome, bro. Oh, maybe I picked up the Chaos Orb. Right, so where's this video? Is it like on their Twitter? Check. Yeah, but they are, you know, usually I wouldn't do this. See. No, there's no... See it on their Twitter at least. Ah, Tower's gone, there it is. 1 second. Pull this over here. Wait, this has no audio. This has no audio. Why do I have no audio in this? Copy, 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 paste. Here you go, audio. Right, let's try again.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games. Now, it's no secret that we need to make some improvements to the endgame, and the plan has been to do some pretty major changes in 040, but we realised it might be nice to iterate on some of the more mechanical changes in 031, and just save the new content for 040. That way we can get a chance to test some of these things a bit earlier. A major concern for players are the mechanics around towers. Players don't like having to find towers to juice their maps, and don't enjoy needing to find multiple overlapping towers to get the best outcomes. In order to fix that, you no longer need towers to use tablets. Instead, tablets can now be placed on the map device to add their bonuses
like
directly to
like
your
scarabs.
maps. Each time you use a tablet while running a map, the number of remaining uses goes down. Once it reaches 0, the tablet is destroyed. You can use up to 3 tablets on each map, but the number of enabled slots is based on how many mods the map has. Running a 6-mod map will enable all 3 of the tablet slots on the map device. This change allows you to benefit fully from tablets no matter what random layout of towers you happen to find. Towers can still be used to gain visibility on the Atlas, and they'll also drop an extra tablet as a reward for completing them. Something we've never really been happy with was the base experience of how you complete a map. In PoE 2, we wanted boss fights to feel challenging and rewarding, so we decided to make bosses spawn only in some maps. In all the other maps, the completion condition for the map was killing all the rare monsters. However, we don't really feel this is that enjoyable. It tends to degenerate into just following minimap icons. In order to address this, we're now making all maps contain map bosses. To complete the map, just kill the map boss. You no longer need to kill any rares, and you can do as much or as little of the rest of the map as you please. We still want some map bosses to be more challenging and rewarding though. The existing icons that currently indicate that there's a map boss now instead mean that the map boss of the area will be extra challenging, with more rewards and the map tier upgrade. We also wanted to improve the base experience of mapping in other ways by making sure that there is at least a guaranteed minimum amount of bonus content in each map. As you generate each map, we will now always add between 1 to 3 extra random features, including Breach, Delirium, Ritual, and Expedition, as well as Shrines, Strongboxes, Essences, Wisps, Rogue Exiles, and Summoning Circles. This content will be added in addition to the content added by your tablets and maps, and will be selected afterwards. This means that if you have a mob that adds an Expedition which can't have more than one in a map, then we'll make sure to select something else instead. With both this change and the tower change, content icons for Breach, Delirium, Ritual, and Expedition have been removed from the Atlas. All the content you didn't add yourself will be randomly generated as you go to the area. Currently, we believe the time to complete a given map is a bit too long, and so we're lowering it. To start with, we're taking the 15 largest maps and reducing their sizes. We also felt like there were just too many monsters. The size of monster packs in T1 maps was actually over 40% higher than in the interlude area right before it. This also resulted in a sudden difficulty spike at the start of Endgame, if your build wasn't able to handle large packs well. Getting swarmed by monsters is a common complaint in the endgame. To address that, we're lowering the number of monsters and monster packs at the start of the endgame by 30%. As you go through the tiers, the number of monsters will increase so that by tier 15, it's the same as it was before. This will also increase the difference between map tiers. We're also making a change that PoE 1 already had, where maps with very open layouts have slightly lowered pack density compared to the more closed indoor maps. This was done in order to prevent you getting swarmed too much in open maps, and so we're doing this for PoE 2 as well. This should significantly reduce the time taken to clear maps, and reduce the difficulty that many players are experiencing as they enter the endgame. Now, there are still a lot of other new features and content that we want to add to the endgame, but we believe that these changes are a good step towards improving the base experience of mapping.
Alright, I mean... That's, I mean, it's okay. I'm not freaking out on this. But, it's a little bit of a, a little bit of a relief there. But, certainly it could have been better. But it's a good change with the tablets. But, honestly, just throwing the tablets into every map individually feels like making it even more annoying to me right now. I don't really see... it doesn't fix my main problem, which is this. This is my main problem. Tablets. It's just too many of them. It's annoying. That is not going to fix. And by just putting it in the map instead of the tower, it actually doesn't change anything. Yeah, you're not gonna... Basically, it's just gonna remove the tower overlap, right? So It's basically gonna remove the, you know, the reward for finding a good area. That's basically the only change there. And it's making it a little bit more annoying because I have to plug in these tablets into every individual map. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really... honestly, I think I don't like it at all. I think it would be... It was better before, to be honest. It obviously depends how balanced it gets, right? Because if you can only use 3 tablets and the tower overlapping is completely gone, then we obviously gonna receive significantly less loot, right? Because all our maps basically now lose like a significant amount of quantity they had. And I don't know if they will compensate for that by making the tablets a little bit stronger. You know, we don't know that yet. But, you know, if the tablets stay basically the same, we would basically have a significant reduction in loot. On the other hand, obviously, you know, nerfing the loot and just, you know, forcing the tablets in the towers. I think it would be okay if the tablets would automatically stay in the map. Maybe that would be okay. But if I would have to, I think it has to be like that, because otherwise the tablet after map completion would have to like where would they go? Would they go into your inventory? Then what if your inventory would be full? So my assumption is they're gonna stay in for the next tower, for the next map. I mean, that kind of feels like a requirement for me, to me, for that feature. But yeah, I'm actually not super hyped about it, to be honest. But, you know, we will see, we will see. Also, it doesn't really address what's going to happen with the unique tablets, right? So we had the unique tablets, all maps in range can be accessed. Like, what's happening with that tablet? What's happening with, like, the grand project? What's happening with the, you know, you can run the maps again if they are irradiated. So, like, that's kind of, you know, a question I have there. I'm not sure how that's gonna work out. How much am I paying for these maps? So you can buy these maps. They are in between 150 and 200 exalts. But I basically, this batch I completely crafted myself. So I crafted a total of 288 maps. And I got 35 of these. And the crafting cost was lower than 10 exalts per map. So yeah, if you self-craft, you pay like a lot less actually for them. But yeah, if you buy them on the market, these are at least 200 exalts per map right now in the current pricing. But yeah, I will have a crafting guide on these maps out tomorrow. I already have it done. I just need to, like, you know, cut it and everything. But it's actually relatively easy to craft this map, and it's also, like, not so expensive. Yeah, you don't want to opt for, like, the high rarities, and also, like, you don't want to go for spot pricing. So for these kind of maps, you always want to do live searches and, you know, just buy them as they appear. If you go for spot pricing on these items, you're pretty doomed. But no, I actually, like, 55 rarity is also a bad breakpoint, to be honest. You want to go basically, so what I always do is I go for like 40 without instilled emotions on it. That usually nets you like better values there. If you go for like 55, that's already a pretty juicy one. But I mean, all mine are like much better than that actually, right? If you look at my maps, they are all much better than that. They are all like rarities, 60% rare monsters. So basically all of them are at least, you know, 70 to 80 rare monsters and rarity combined. And I crafted these myself. A lot of these are like even over 80, over 90. So yeah, 55 without distilled is too expensive. You want to go for like 40 max. And I also don't recommend go for rarity if you buy the maps. Go for rare monsters. I'm not sold on rarity at all. I don't think rarity is much better than rare monster. It's maybe a tiny bit better. But I think in general, rarity is just much better. Rare monsters is just much more price efficient than rarity, because crafting rarity costs 3 times as much as rare monsters. So, and I mean, I ran a lot of these maps, and honestly, I don't feel any difference between rarity and rare monsters. You know, it might be that rarity is slightly better, but I cannot really feel like a huge effect there. You cannot weight sum these, unfortunately, but I basically count them the same, right? So if I search for these maps, I usually go for either 40% rare monsters and 20% rarity, or 40% rare monsters, 15% rarity. You kind of, you know, I kind of change these parameters a little bit, or I go for 40% rare monster and like 15% rare mobs. What the hell? I have no clue what killed me there. Oh, I think I stand in the mines. I think I stood in the mines. The mines insta-gib me if I stand in them and they explode. Shit. Ugh. Yeah, but that happens if you like talk too much while playing. These like green mines, they instantly kill you if you like eat like 3 in an explosion. That's like it. But yeah, basically what I do is like most of the time I just go for, I mean, I craft them myself now, but when I was looking for them, I usually get like, so here's like rare monsters. So I do rare monsters like 40, usually increase item rarity 20, and then I go for everything which is not delirious and which is not less recovery, because I don't play those maps. And yeah, probably the prices are up because Divine Exalt prices are up a lot. So yeah, right now they're probably just too expensive yet. I mean, there's a couple. They seem to have just doubled in price, I guess, right now. So there's really not much you can do. I mean, you can always go for like lower ones, obviously. But they're all like doubled in price. Basically everything doubled in price. So buying these maps right now at a diff each, let's just say it's much cheaper to craft them. So if you just need some gold to buy like the base items, but it's much cheaper to craft them than buy these for like 400. That is not worth it at all. It's way too expensive. You can craft this for 100 exalts each, basically. God, all these maps are junk. I don't know why I died there anyway. Yeah, 1.5 million will not be enough to craft 144 maps. 1.1 million, if you want to buy like the crafting bases, will be like enough for like 50 maps or something like that. But if you take your own maps and just basically exalt them up and then craft, it's a little bit more expensive because you have to use the omen of, I don't know what it's called. The omen which guarantees the prefix on half of the maps. But, you know, it's still doable. It depends on how many maps you have in your stash. Because basically what you do is you exalt the maps up to like 5 mods, right? Or you can get them to 4 mods, and then you either use like, you know, dextral exaltation, so you can only add suffixes. Basically, your goal is to create a 5 mod maps with an open prefix, and then you just desecrate these. That's just the most efficient way of doing it. Another way is, I mean, you can go for random, but I would not recommend it. It's like way too tedious, if you ask me. Yeah, if you don't have maps, it's an issue. Then you have to buy bases. And that requires like a lot of gold, unfortunately, because the tier 50 map costs like 25k gold, so... And you will only get like, you know, roughly 1 in 10 maps is gonna be an abyssal map, so... You're kind of looking at 200k at least gold cost per map, just for like buying the map bases and crafting. But yeah, you know, I recommend just wait for tomorrow. I will upload a video on it so you can like judge for yourself what's the best method for you. But it's definitely not a big deal to create these maps yourself. You don't have to pay 400 exalts for them. Yo, hello. Where's my drops? I died last map, I need drops. Oh dear. So I have to be careful with this boss. Because there's choke points here. And he might insta-gip me. I think he's somewhere down here though. Oh yeah, okay. That was easy. What is a 2D Grand Spectrum? Second, so if you don't have 3, just don't use them at all. It's not worth it. So if you have 1, just remove it from your skill tree because it literally does nothing. Even 2, I wouldn't use 2. So basically, only use Grand Spectrums if you have all 3 of them. So my recommendation is sell your Grand Spectrum and buy something good. Like, Megalomaniac is going to be much, much better than Grand Spectrums. But the Grand Spectrums really, they only do something if you have 3. Yeah, I don't know why people complain about damage. Like, if you don't do damage, you just basically build something wrong. Or you're doing like some very, very strange mistakes. Because this build basically comes with damage. No matter how bad your gear is, this build will always come with like enough damage to clear anything. As soon as you have like the bloodletting and, you know, 5k upwards hit pool, you will have like, you know, 200k, 300k damage, which is completely enough to clear like any map. So I don't really understand it. Like, I think people who are complaining about like damage, just, you know, they build something completely wrong. They have like, you know, some severe mistake in their build, which is okay. But you literally cannot have like not enough damage in this build. That basically just doesn't happen. I mean, I only run maps, to be honest. Like, running maps is the best thing to... I mean, obviously profit crafting will be better, but I just don't like that. I don't want to stand in my hideout, I want to play. I really just run maps with high item rarity on my gear. Like, I run these abyssal maps. I have been running this strategy for like the past 2 or 3 weeks. I consistently make like an average of 3 divines per map. I also have like a video on that where it's like showing that... Again, I'm already like in this, even though I died, I'm like, this is like the 4th maps I'm running, and I'm already like 12 divines or even more. I haven't like made the bank. But this is what I do basically. I play these abyss maps and I just farm the raw currency. And then obviously like the rares, like picking up the high tier rares. And yeah, you gotta know a little bit about, you know, how to trade your rares. But usually, you know, if you wanna identify all the rares and, you know, just price them properly and sell them, I usually make like also a good bank. Like I sell a lot of items into like to the, you know, 2 to 10 divine range. You know, sometimes you get a really good item, but it doesn't happen a whole lot. But that's basically how I make money in this game, and it's working really great for me. But I also look for like great deals on trades. Like I work a lot with like weighted sum trading, and I buy basically items which I feel like they are too cheap. So if I do like a weighted sum trading and I scroll from top to bottom, and you know all items are 40 diffs, and all of a sudden there's one for 15, I would just buy it out and resell it. So I flip cheaply priced items if I randomly find them. I'm not looking for them, but you know, if I randomly see them, I would just flip them. But yeah, that's basically like the kind of strategies I use to make like currency. I mean, I didn't really do crafting. I think at this point it's too late to do crafting because, yeah, the market's already flooded. Since the craft are so easy, there's like so many items with the same craft. And they're pretty much all the same anyway, so even if you create more ones, you will like barely post like a big profit. I think with Waystone crafting, you can still make good bank because, you know, I basically crafted like these maps for like a total of 100 exalts each, and they sell for at least 400, maybe more. So I think, you know, Waystone crafting is still alright, but it's also very tedious. It takes like a long time, and it costs like a lot of gold. Like the 288 maps I crafted to make 35 of these abyssal maps, that costed me more than 6 million gold. So, you, yeah, if you don't have the gold, you cannot really do that. And you need to have the base map. So I think that's like not like kind of not an unlimited strategy. But yeah, beside that, I feel like map running is just what I do with like good item rarity, and abyssal maps works great for me. I'm still looking into ritual strategy, so I think ritual is also like a great currency making strategy, which doesn't really require item rarity and stuff like that. So I think that's like for an entry level very good. So that's one thing I still want to look into this league, just so I have like, you know, I have like a guide on it. I want to try it out again because I haven't done it in a while, so I want to see how good it actually performs this league. Because I think that's a very good entry level strategy. You don't really need a lot of investment. I mean, I guess Ritual is more consistent, right? So you're always gonna get your rewards in Ritual if you properly execute it. But I don't think you even gonna remotely make as much than with this strategy. But yeah, this strategy requires, you need like a good character with like 150% plus item rarity. You know, it's obviously some RNG. But yeah, I mean, you can get a mirror everywhere, right? So, but getting a mirror in Ritual is exactly that uncommon than, you know, getting a mirror drop. So it's just pure RNG. It's not like, you know, you're ever gonna get a mirror. Like, you know, most likely you will never ever see a mirror, and that has nothing to do with Ritual or anything else. Ritual doesn't have any like higher chances of getting like these. So, but yeah, basically, if you don't have like a really strong build, obviously there's better strategies. Yeah, that's normal. Like Megalomaniac, it only works with life searches, dude. Like, don't go for spot prices on those. You need to have a budget. These are just random. They just randomly appear, and then you buy them. But it's nothing like... There's like so much randomness on the Megalomaniacs. So if the spot prices are too high, just don't buy it. Period. Like my trade filter for the Megalomaniac actually has like a lot of variants in here. So if I look at the Megalomaniac I have, right? Yeah, so exactly. So they're all sold out basically. But you know, people might have been watching this guide. I mean, I didn't look at how many views this guide has, but it probably has like a few thousand. And have bought them out, right? So this is more something like for like a live search. When I was searching for this, there was like 2 or 3 in like, you know, a little bit of lower range. So don't expect to find these. These are also like triple ones, right? So these have been up yesterday and day before. I didn't opt, like this, for example, is like a very strong one, right? It has like, you know, this has like double crit. And he has like Throat Seeker plus it's like these are like extremely good ones, right? So the cheap ones are just sold out. That's unfortunately how it is with like these Megalomaniacs. They are very rare and they have like so much randomness on them that yeah, no, the filter is good, but it's just there's not enough supply of these. So really, it's and again, after like posting a build with trade links, you know, people buy these out, and that's just what it is, unfortunately. And you know, I'm not gonna apologize for it. You know, somebody got lucky and probably bought like some of them out. But it's a very, very RNG heavy item. But that's something, you know, if you're like on the PC over the day, that's something you just have like running in the background. Because, you know, not always people are like sniping on these, because this is like very specific, very like niche items. And you might have great results just, you know, sniping for them if you know, have like the possibility to do that. But it's also, it's a very min-maxed update, right? So if you can get one for a good deal, it's a good update. But I would not pay 100 divines. Like, that's just overpriced for these kind of things. Because really it just gives you like, you know, a little bit of crit damage. So for 100 divines, you could buy like, you know, there's better ways of getting... For 100 divines, you could buy like a sick Respite Focus with 6% crit. And that's gonna net you so much more than, you know, those Megalomaniacs. So... But yeah, it's hard. I can tell you for mine, I paid like 35, I think. 30 or 35 divines. Also that filter, right? So you can change that filter, because that filter only searches for the ones which have 2 prioritized, right? So if you just want to have one with just Throat Seeker, and you know, any other random mod, for example, you can just change the weighted sum to 1. Because right now the weighted sum in that filter is 2, right? So it basically searches Megalomaniac plus one of the priority list. It searches, you know, one of the crit damage ones plus one of the priority list. If you change that and change the weighted sum to 1, you will actually find, I mean, it's just... So if you change this filter here, right, to 1, weighted sum to 1, now you will find much more, right? So you now have 345. And you can see these are cheap, right? These have... one of the mods, obviously. These have Heartbreaking and a random node, right? You can slow. So if you don't want to have Heartbreaking, like let's say you want to have like Cooked, right? You could just, you know, like Cooked and Throat Seeker, basically. But, you know, in this case, let's say I want to have Throat Seeker. You see these go for like 10 divines, right? And you can look through them and maybe you find something good, like secondary on these, right? And you can just roll through them, right? You might find something decent. The ones I have are just like kind of a higher priority, but if you just want to, you know, get a Throat Seeker, you can get it like for 10 divs, right? So it's... And, so, definitely a possibility there. If you really want to pick one up, you don't have to get one with like, you know, double procs. And also, I don't think these are gonna decrease in value. I'm pretty sure these are gonna be relatively stable in value. Yeah, the charm, if you have a big budget, the charm is actually awesome. So the rite of passage for mapping is really like one of the biggest updates. But yeah, you gotta have like 70 plus divines, obviously, to buy it. But that one is actually pretty good. This map is actually super shitty. I have no visual clarity here. Jonathan, where's my visual clarity? You promised me visual clarity. Where is it? I think Headhunter is going to be a big boost, yeah, but I think, honestly, probably the Rite of Passage is better, but I don't know. I don't have a Headhunter yet. I can probably purchase it by now, but I kind of like the rarity more, which I get through, like, the Ingenuity. But I think, you know, I don't know if it still does the crazy teleporting, though, but, you know, Headhunter is obviously pretty good for mapping, right? I mean, I don't know what mods. It's gonna, like, you know, be, like, very resource heavy and stuff like that, obviously. I don't want to touch this ritual. Yeah, so the crazy teleporting would, like, it's like a little bummer to me, honestly. Like, I never did, like, all the pits in this, right? No, there's more pits in this. Yeah, I don't know, like, I would have to try it. I would probably buy one and try if I can deal with it. And if not, I would just sell it again. But yeah, it basically just randomly teleports you onto, like, a pack of mobs, right? So I think if you're pushing forward, it's not going to be that bad. But it might catch you, like, by surprise, I guess. This map is, like, so shitty, for example. Like, I would love to have, like, just a marker, because I will never remember the name of this goddamn map. There's just way too many maps for me to remember anything. That's what I'm saying. I don't know how much speed I would actually gain, because I pretty much one-shot everything anyway. So yeah, sure, there's like some, you get like some more damage, hit points, like there's like lots of different buffs you can get. But I don't think I would pick up like significantly more speed, because the Rite of Passage gives me like the 15% anyway. So yeah, I might be able to, you know, if you get like a movement speed mob, obviously you will get more. But you know, not all mobs have movement speed, right? But... oh, this map is like super ugly. That's probably the best thing of that Jonathan video. They reduced the map size of the 15 largest maps. That sounds very promising. Yeah, it depends what mob you kill, right? Not if you kill like a rare mob which has movement speed bonus. This is like just endless. Why does this mob not die? Oh god, there's this one. Oh, please not. I guess, okay. It's the problem solved itself. Yeah, I mean I'm at like 1.2 million, right, during mapping. So, and honestly, I don't feel like a huge difference between when I was like, you know, like 2 days ago I was at like at 600k as well, and I do not feel like a huge difference, to be honest. I I mean, it's feelable, but it's not like, you know, it's not like running with 500k was impossible and now it's like the biggest relief ever. It's definitely not like that, right? Yeah, but for pinnacles, I basically swap different gems, right? I mean, Zeshed is like super easy. Like, Zeshed is by far... Like, Zeshed you can just use a mapping build, right? Because, you know, you basically have, what, like... 8 seconds to kill Zeshed before he does his first attack. So even if you do, like, you know, 200k DPS, you can kill Zeshed before he does any dangerous move. I mean, I don't know how many, but it takes like multiple seconds before Zeshed does like his first move. This little green balls, that is like pissing me off so much. This mechanic, they should just freaking remove it. It's like so annoying. Like it's green balls on green background which explode for like a gazillion damage. If you eat like 3 at a time, you're just done. You get like stuck in terrain on like these balls, you're just done. I really don't like these. These are like very, very bad. If you're running fast enough, it's no problem because they just explode behind you. But if you somehow get stuck, then you're done. That's like most of my deaths actually come from these little green balls when I get stuck somewhere in on terrain. Why do I keep picking up these exalts though? Should really not do that. See these two, if I run in there and stay there, I'm dead. Yeah, anoints are pretty cheap right now though. Anoints usually just expensive in the beginning, but now they are like, you know, half of a divine basically, any like high profile anoint. Where's this going? Oh, there's like so many new maps which are really... That is the best like thing they can do for me. Is just remove these stupid maps. Just remove them altogether. It's just not fun running any of these. It's just a huge map without anything on it. And I will never remember the name. At least drops me like a random diff. What is that guy? That is huge. I've never seen one of these that big. Oh god. I hate this. Yeah, I watched the video. So it's okay, but I'm not like hyped. This map is also like so freaking huge. I feel like the new maps, like there's a few good ones, but most are absolutely horrible. I don't know. I feel like I think the only good improvement is that they reduced the size of the large maps, to be honest. Like the towers thing, I couldn't care less. I really just think it removes more loot from the game, so you cannot juice anymore, right? Now, so I don't know if they compensate for that with like more drop rates, but technically you completely losing the ability to juice. So that will make a lot of strategies not even work anymore, right? So Ritual, for example, will be dead. Because if you cannot get deferral cost for Ritual down to like a very minimum, like nobody's gonna run that. I mean, probably, you know, somebody will run that, but that will make the Omen significantly more expensive because there's no efficient way of farming Ritual. Same goes for Breach, right? You cannot juice Breach with just 3 tablets. So I think a lot of strategies, I mean, unless they change like the numbers on those tablets to be like twice or 3 times as powerful, a lot of strategies will just not work anymore. And I feel like straight up removing the ability to juice is not the solution, right? Because we need the ability to juice. And just throwing the random tablets in is not really an ability to juice. It would be if it would be like a Scarab system with stackable tablets, which would be meaningful. But if we just basically take the same tablets with the same stats right now, we still have to like gather them, we still have to, you know, augment them, we still have to transmute them, we still have to whatever, like search them. That's not gonna make it any better for me, to be honest. It's actually gonna make it worse because the towers are there, yeah, you don't have to find the layout. But that's not a change to now, right? You don't have to find a 3-tower layout to play. You just do it because it's the most efficient way of juicing. So basically, to me, it looks like their solution is just remove the way of juicing. And I don't think that's like gonna be any good solution. Because it's just gonna make it, I think, more boring even. Because you're not gonna get like the good drops anymore. Again, unless they compensate, you know, obviously with the numbers. I cannot say that because, you know, there's no information on that. But it's a little bit hard to say. But so far, I don't like it because the tablets don't stack. If I still find like a gazillion tablets I have to stash and I have to go through, that's not going to be any improvement for me. Reducing the map size of maps for me, though, is a huge improvement, so... alright, do we have still some more good ones? This still sulfuric currents, that's alright, actually. Yeah, I mean, I like the juicing with the towers as well. I would have much more loved it if they just, you know, reduce the density of towers and increase the power of tablets. But maybe if they increase the power of tablets, right, if they make it as powerful as right now a 2-tower layout is or something like that. But, you know, I feel like it would be much cooler to have 1 tower, right, which you can put tablets on top of it. Because then, you know, if the tower would be rare, you would find a tower, just throw your tablet in, and then you would have at least some way of, you know, juicing your area. I don't know if it's like the best decision to just remove it entirely for now. I mean, it's obviously temporary, right? It's gonna get a new, gonna get a pass in 0.4. But yeah, I don't know. I'm like kind of not sure if I like it or not at this point. We will have to see how good the tablets are. But if it's really just coming down to putting like a default of 21% quantity into every map, that's not gonna make it much more exciting than it was before, right? It's actually even gonna make it less exciting if you ask me. Well, that could have been worth something actually, that armor there. I have to check after this. Yeah, that's what I love, right? Just reduce the number of towers by like, you know, 66%. So we basically just run single towers. Shit. Oh, no. Oh, what was that? There was like this little choke point, and this guy like concentrated all his little lightning bolts into like this tiny choke point and completely obliterated me. Shit. This is not worth anything. It's stupid chaos implicit. 1-0. Oh no.
I'm sure someone will.
Oh, I'm so pissed though. That was a good map, by the way. I'm so pissed. Oh, these things are making me crazy. Like, there's just like these tiny random things which kill me. It's always like if some kind of damage is like highly concentrated in like a little choke point where like all the projectiles can hit me at the same time. That's just always gonna kill me. Ah. But yeah, I would love to have like still the single tower, and then the single tower could still take the tablets, for example, the unique tablets, and then on top of that, I take the other juicing mechanisms, no problem. But I don't like to completely remove the towers and basically just give them vision, because you could just remove the towers entirely then. But yeah, if they have their values change, basically it just removes any kind of juicing. And every map is going to feel exactly the same, right? So you're not going to have any kind of special maps. All the maps are going to be exactly the same. Every map is going to have, you know, whatever amount of quantity it will be. Let's just make it 40% quantity. So you basically run every map with exactly 40% quantity, and you just go map by map. It's probably more like a streamlined experience, because you don't have to like find the tower layouts. But it's also probably even more boring. But I'm so angry with that last map. Ugh. That was a very good map. It had like 70% rarity and 40% rare monsters or something like that. Huh. Yeah, that's kind of, I mean, you can play like a super defensive build, right? And you will not get randomly one-shot. But you really have to play like an extremely tanky build or something which is completely broken, right? If there's like some, you know, kind of, you know, build which has like broken 90% damage converted to chaos and then has like 90% chaos resistance or something like that. But you usually would also have to like invest so much into these strategies. But yeah, the random one-shots are like just pretty heavy. And I think they're never gonna go away. But yeah, that's the only thing which basically stopped this build. Is really, it's pretty much elemental damage in choke points. That's the only thing. And standing in these stupid mine explosions from the abyssal things. That's the two things which basically get me in this build. But yeah, it happens. I mean, I'm level 97. I'm probably not gonna make it to level 98. Because I also, like, you know, while streaming, like, you're not really concentrated, right? You're just, you know, blindlessly pushing forward, not really thinking too much about what you're doing. You just die. Like, if I play solo, like, concentrated, it's like a little bit of a different thing. But, you know, I'm always, like, all over the place. It's really, it just happens. But I think I can already buy a Headhunter. I'll have to check my currency there. No, they're both not good on this build. But this build is also, like, especially squishy when it comes to, like, high burst, like, elemental damage, right? Because this has no elemental res. So if I had 75% elemental res, I would probably have survived that situation, right? Don't get me wrong. But yeah, that was also, like, some very random thing that this, like, the mob was already dead, right? It was, like, this delirium modifier, which kind of got concentrated into, like, this area. Usually that doesn't happen, right? This delirium modifier, like, just throws these lightning balls in, like, a cone, and you only get, like, hit by, you know... Shit, I'm dead. Oh god, I'm just lagging while running directly into, like, a huge stack of breach mobs. Oh no. So yeah, I would say fixing the crashes would be a pretty big priority for me. I mean, I can try to run away, though. It might work, but it's really, really dangerous if you get, like, these disconnects, because they basically remove your life regeneration. It would be no problem if you would start over with the same life regeneration you had before you, like, get the crash. But unfortunately, that's not how it works. So now, if I would push forward, I would be instantly dead, right? Because I have no zero, like, regeneration. So now I have to run back. And I have to, like, very cautiously cast now. Because if I eat any kind of attack while I'm doing, like, this little ramp up here, I'm just dead. Yeah, I don't think there's like any. I mean, I'm still want to like get my NVIDIA drivers like back to like a year-old version when it was much better. I don't know if it's gonna help, but I will try it though. But I didn't get to it yet. But yeah, this league, the crashes are worse than before. I feel like last season I would just stay on the map, but I get a crash, but it's not going to be that dramatic. Basically, I just log back in and, you know, I just on pause and it would work. But this season it like keeps consistently kicking me out. I'm very happy that the crashes which remove your map seem to be completely gone. I haven't had one of those in like forever. Like those were the worst, like where you had the rollback. I don't know. I would still. I feel like I did like a driver update, like, you know, 5 days into like the league, and I feel like before I made the driver update, I had much less crashes. But you know, it might also be completely random. But usually, like, there's nothing bad about having an outdated graphics driver, right? So it usually doesn't hurt like all that much. Like, you might just be missing out on some, you know, performance or features. But, you know, if that fixes crashes, you know, I can deal with that all day long. I play on minimum graphic settings anyway. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm pretty sure I have like a huge page file on Windows. I also have like 128 gigs of RAM or something like that, but I don't know. I can try it though. Maybe it helps. I take any advice. I try anything basically. Wow. What is with this girl? Well, that girl was crazy. She had like the no damage aura and crazy damage actually. So what do you say? Increase page file? Let me see. Yeah, I did that NVIDIA shadings thing. It didn't do anything for me. I don't know. That basically started the crash for me because I updated my driver to be able to increase that page file. And after that, I got way more crashes than before. And it didn't really change anything to have that setting on or not. But yeah, page file, how's that thing called in German? I have no freaking idea, man. I know how it's called, but they changed the name for it, for sure. System, where's that shit? I don't know, probably not gonna find it. For another day. It was easy in like Windows 10, but in Windows 11 everything is like completely random. You don't find anything anymore. Everything has been renamed and moved to like a different place. It's like the worst. In Windows 10 it was so easy. Like you would know how everything is called, and it had been called like that forever, and now it's just like completely changed. Nice. 1 chaos. Come on.
Seems like a good deal.
Wait, did I kill the boss already? Yeah, I did. Okay, so now we got only shit maps left. Is that what he's telling me here? I only have these 3 maps and they're all shit. So let's start running the good old C page. Wait, this is not even... Oh, this is channel. Okay. This is still... Oh god, is this the correct one? I don't even know what map I'm running here. But this map is also super, super shitty. Because the abysses keep like blocking these choke points and sparks cannot pass through these choke points. So it's really, really horrible. Like this one here. So I have to come from the other side, basically, to just get there. I don't know why these stupid abyss pits must have collision. Would be so much better if they didn't. God, please not a second one. Come on. Oh, this one I brute forced. This is like so horrible. I'm not gonna get through there. Finally. This is like so dangerous because if you get stuck there and then these green like mines spawn on you and you cannot get out of that, you're basically instantly just gonna perish there. Yeah, this is like one of the worst maps actually. Even though this one here is funny. Yeah, the collision on pits is just so stupid. You know, I get it. Like, they have to have collision. It wouldn't make sense if they didn't. But then maybe just don't place them on a bridge. If they need to have collision... Oh god, that room is a little issue for me. I'm gonna go back to that later. I also have like thousands of blue gems stacked in my stashes and I will never go through them. Blue jewels. Oh. Please. Make it end. I don't want to play this map anymore. Yeah, usually I do bulk selling, right? I just bulk sell them on the what it's called, like the forbidden trove or whatever it's called. Oh god, it's like no. How do I get in there? Just let me go to this shrine, please. Please. But yeah, I'm just too lazy because I think it's just not worth the time investment. Like, not even like pulling all those out, like, you know, alching them, regaling them all up, and not regaling, augmenting them all up, and then you're just listing them in a tab for like a random price. It doesn't even feel like worth the time investment, you know? And bulk selling also, it's okay, but you gotta make like 1,500 freaking mouse clicks for like, you know, 2 or 3 dips maybe. And in the end, it feels like I'm not willing to basically invest that amount of time and that amount of mouse clicks into that process, you know. But, you know, I still pick them up, obviously. And, you know, as you can see, this is like my dump tip. They're like everywhere, like everything. I haven't looked at these. Even like pulling them out, it will be like just such a hassle. So it's probably just not gonna happen. Like this league is gonna end, and these dump tabs are gonna look exactly the same. Like this, they're like all the rings, all the blue rings, like everything is just gonna stay in there, like it is. That's just how the story will end anyway. Because at this point, like, there's not much to do for me anymore. And they are pretty clean right now, to be honest. Like, it has been much, much worse. And yeah, like, these little spirits, they annoy me so much. I cannot get them to, like, get into a rare, like, ever. They will never find a rare. They always expire. Like, I just can't. Like, everything is dead before they will be able to reach it. That's, like, so unfortunate. And we're full again. God damn it. But there's still more. Well, this map just takes like so freaking long just for like passing through like all the random shit. Wait, is it dead? Yeah. It's really and you can. The problem is, I would let them like go forward, right, and let them find a rare, but I cannot stop attacking. It's just like such a tedious process. They should just travel at like 10 times the speed. Did I miss anything important here? Probably not, right? Some perfect orcs. Oh dear. Oh wait, let me just search for this again. So I go for settings, then I search for virtual. Nope. Called differently. Sorry. System properties. System property. I don't know. Since it doesn't pop up in the search, so I'm not gonna find it anyway. Who cares? Not gonna fix it anyway. So I have the this was the C page, and then I have the mine shaft. Well, the mine shaft is just 38, so it's like the last good one in this area here. I think after this I'm gonna check if I can buy a Headhunter. I'm pretty sure I can actually. I don't know if I have enough, but I will check it after this map because this is the last 57, so I have to find a new area anyway. So it might be a good good moment to check it. But I had like, I think I had like 40 diffs, and I think I made like, you know, I think I made like 15. And I think the ones I won were like 55, so I think I'm able to get one. You should be able to get one. It was funny, like when I recorded like the Uber Arbiter kill for the video, it casually dropped me like a Prison of Belief for like 22 diffs. Otherwise I wouldn't be, I would have started this with like 10 diffs, so I wouldn't have the money. This map is actually not that horrible. I know people always say like this is one of the worst, but I think, you know, this is actually okay. Like the pathways have a decent size. Like it's kind of a, you know, square layout, so you kind of know where to go. That's the one-shot Simulacrum boss. Yeah, I mean, it's a huge map, but I don't think it's like that bad actually. Oh, I'm stuck. Okay, this is not good. But yeah, there's definitely worse maps than this. Even though I just hit a dead end. God. Choke point once again. Didn't even see it. Nice, would have loved to find the speed shrine in the beginning. I know there's still like a pit somewhere, but you know, not gonna search for it. All right, let's see if we can get it. I have a good feeling. Just gonna start with the heavy belts. There was like a bunch of them actually. We do have random ones in these other tabs. Where are they? God damn it. Is it this one? Yep. I think I have another of these. This one here. Alright, so what's the price on a heavy belt right now? 30 Val. Come on, dude. Don't give me this shit prices. Alright, we're looking at 30. Oh, they actually fall in price. They're like 35x now. Used to be 45.
Yes?
Let me just put them up real quick for 35 each.
I'm sure someone will want that.
Gonna be like 2 diffs. So that if I need like, you know, if this is like the last 2 diffs I'm missing, I'm happy to put these up now. And somebody's gonna go into this tab and it's gonna be happy to like buy out all these heavy belts. Okay, so let's pull what we have. Stack. The ring in the left slot, that's Calandro's touch. It's mirroring the other ring. So basically, with this, you only need 1 very good ring. It's expensive, though. Probably like 15 divines or something like that, usually. Okay, so we have 2 Omen of Lights, 3 Abyssal Echoes. The other ones I don't care about right now. We have... Oh, no perfect at all. Oh. Oh, I don't know if it's gonna work. It might just work, like... It might just work. No, it will work, actually. I have, like, a lot of Chaos Orbs. You kidding me?
Let's see if there are any takers.
Well, Omen of Lights get like more expensive every freaking day. There's somebody buying my Headhunters. 5 annuls. 5 chances.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Perfect one. Perfect Regals. I mean, greater exalts are okay. Am I missing something important?
It's registered.
I think this was pretty much everything of like bigger value. Get rid of the breach sprinters. Da, 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 da.
All right, your order is registered. Oh,
I mean, should be enough. Should be enough, hopefully. I hope.
what's new? Have an order?
What is it?
Hail.
Oh, there's casual 2 diffs in the shop. Right, so we have 5,000, 6,000,
Hail.
6,000 exalts. That's like what, 15, 16, 17 diffs? 16 diffs. Why I can't? You must log in, but oh. 16 diffs, not too bad.
As soon as I can.
I mean, this was just very little maps, and I also died like multiple times actually. And you know, we raked in like 25 or something like that. So let's see if it's enough for my Headhunter. Right, so there's 58. But actually, I think I don't want int. I think I'm saturated on int at this point. I don't have a single int node in my tree. So basically, effectively, the only thing I should get would be strengths or hit points. So there is one for 60 with strengths. So I don't have 60, do I? I only have 57. That's unfortunate. I don't have anything really like to liquidate here. So I guess I have to run some more. I mean, I'm gonna put like a live search on this, so I might find one. I don't know, like the rares have powerful stuff. What does Shroud Walker even do? Isn't that like that mobs cannot attack you unless they're in melee range? Isn't that pretty good? Yeah, I have a few dex nodes left, but the Headhunter has already like 30 decks on it by default. So that's basically the only thing I have left is like these 5 dex nodes, and they're gonna be handled by the Headhunter, just by the regular decks. So yeah. Yeah, the random teleport, that's the only annoying one actually. But yeah, I already have like a search on the corrupted, again, I already have like a live search on the Headhunters I want. Maybe somebody posts one I want. But right now there's none I want. I mean, there's one for 60 diffs, which I would probably buy, but I also feel like it's a little bit overpriced, to be honest. But yeah, I don't have any good maps left, though. And my next area would be this area here. So this would be like a few maps juiced. And I think I don't have any other area. I mean, I can run like some of the leftover maps if I want. Because I don't really see anything I have going on right now. Without like major traveling. And I don't want to do major traveling. So... Wait, where's the other two? I would have to travel to the top here. These maps are like completely unjuiced, I guess. Yeah, so I'm just gonna run some of these 38s now. Whatever. Fair enough. 38s are not that bad. I mean, so it's about the random buffs. It's basically just about the speed buffs, but again, I wanna test it if I like it. If I don't like it, I would just set it again. But you know, I kind of wanna see how bad it is with the teleporting. If it really like pisses me off and I say I can't play this, I'm just gonna set it again. But yeah, I wanna try it at least. Because that's like kind of the last big item I'm missing here. And it kind of fits the build very good because we don't really need stats from the belt. I don't know. Again, I want to test it. Maybe it's not that bad. But maybe it is that bad. I will see. If I basically die every like second map, I will be, yeah, whatever. Like, this is not cool. You also have to keep in mind it's also gonna give you like defensive buffs, right? So wait. Yeah, I miss Ingenuity. New one's just ass. I feel like it was nerfed a little bit too hard. Come on, there's 3 more diffs for my overpriced Headhunter. I feel like 50% would be a decent decent value for the Headhunter there, for the Ingenuity. I feel like 30% is too low. I feel like 50% would have been good. Or maybe 45 or something like that. Okay, I cannot attack these for some reason. Okay, no, it's dead. Like sometimes these abyss mobs I have like either I don't just hit them for some reason, like they are that close to the pit that they kind of, you know, not get hit by the sparks because they don't find a pass thing. Or sometimes they just cannot be damaged. And it wasn't even like a Shroud Walker. It just sometimes happens. I haven't like fully understood like why. Nah, I only play like I don't play in groups. It's like too much of a hassle for me. Fine. Not what I do. Play too much World of Warcraft in my life. Can't deal with it anymore. That map's no Citadel. That's not uncommon, honestly. They like randomly will start appearing at some point. Oh, I don't know. Like a friend of mine played Guild Wars, but it was never like so much my thing. Too much precision required in Guild Wars. Like I don't like precision. I just like to like grind my build and then they just push 3 buttons. Wasn't a guild leader, I was like a raid lead actually. But yeah. Nobody posting my Headhunter. I feel like raid lead was actually the role is kind of cool if you make progress, but you get like these you know, these times where you don't progress anymore properly, and then it just gets like very frustrating. As long as you're progressing, it's actually awesome, but it also kind of depends what kind of a like guild you have, because you need like kind of people who help you with like the prep sheets and shit like that. If you do that all by yourself, it's like the worst nasty job on earth. Like I would never recommend anybody to do that. But if you have a good amount of people who help you with like the, you know, the side roles, it's actually quite okay. But if you do everything by yourself, you don't want to do that shit. But yeah, at some points you have like, you know, the Excel sheets which pretty much do everything by themselves, but you kind of need to, you know, have the people who develop them. If you have that, at some point you really just have to switch like some names and make sure like everybody knows what the fuck to do. And then you basically just, you know, while like doing the raid, you just like scream down your script. This is one of the best maps. Savannah is like really, really awesome. Just take the link from my video. I already have it figured out for you, so you don't have to do your own trade filters. Just take mine, they are the best. Okay, I need like 3 diffs. Can we please drop like some diffs here? I know maybe I'm asking for too much here, but... Never go for like minimums on the weighted sum. I would not recommend that. You're searching for a wand which has 2 spell skills in, and you put a minimum on the weighted sum, you're just not gonna find it. Or you're gonna find it like at an extremely high price, so I would not put a minimum. I would really just scroll. I would just sort from highest to lowest and just scroll down until you find like a wand with +2 spells socketed in. I would really not put like a minimum there at all. What happened? I can feel like something changed. Like, I just randomly lost my regeneration there, and I don't know why. Like, there was literally nothing even hitting me. Maybe I was standing, like, in some kind of poison, but I couldn't see that. I don't know. That happened, like, multiple times to me and killed me, like, multiple times today, almost. And I don't understand what it is. I feel like I didn't have this before. Like, it seems, like, new to me. But yeah, I don't find diffs. I don't have good maps anymore. Okay, I missed something. Ah, here it is. Exceptional useless shield. I'm not even gonna pick this up. No Headhunter appeared on my search. Not a single one so far. No, never. Never 85 diffs. Way too expensive. I would not spend more than 30, 35. That would be the absolute maximum I would spend, to be honest. But yeah, it doesn't look so good for the Headhunter today. I mean, I could start, like, you know, getting currency from, like... I mean, I could actually, you know, convert uniques to chances. I probably have, like, 200 or 300 unique, like, jewels, like, you know, amulets, rings, whatever. I need to chance. And then I could probably get it, but, you know, I'm too lazy for that right now. That's gonna take like 10 minutes or something like that. Rather gonna run the maps. It's totally fine. Really, like the 60% spell damage you're missing is like a 2% damage upgrade. And you know, tier 3 cast speed and tier 3 crit, like the difference is like so minimal to like the tier 1 mods. Especially crit damage, like the mods roll so low on the wand anyway. Oh. Heard something. Abyssal Echoes, goddammit. That could have been more. It's a pretty good wand, actually. Well, the prices have been, like, increased, right? So... you will probably not find any more for, like, 20. These times are over. I think, like, 30 is kind of, you know, the lowest where you can get these still. But yeah, I mean, you can obviously keep searching, but I don't think it's like that that bad of a deal, actually. Don't want Abyssal Echoes? Oh, yeah. Let's go. Omen of Light. There we go. There's my Headhunter. Nice, nice, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, this map is juicy. I'm almost like 5 divines in profit on this map already. It's not even halfway over. Yeah, you can always be patient, usually. Like, this is really... it's really unfortunate that you cannot search for the runes, though. But if you, like... if you're on a snipe, you know, you would have to, like, look at all the ones individually. Just make sure they have the rune socketed in. So, I don't know how enjoyable that's gonna be. But, yeah, I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with, you know, waiting to get a better deal. But also, like, you basically, you know, the problem is all the currency you have lying around just inflates, right? And it inflates very fast. So you might get this one today for 30. You know what? Tomorrow it might be 40. And that's also, like, pretty significant, actually, like, the inflation. So it's definitely something to keep in mind. You know, if you just log off for 3 days, your 30 divines are, like, just worth half of it. What they have been before. So inflation is still, like, pretty significant right now going on. So it's not like the divine prices are stable. They still lose, like, a lot of value. Probably for the next at least 2 more weeks, they're gonna lose value. Wow. This map is insane, actually. And it's not even a good one. It's like a 38% one. What did I hit there? 50-50. It's not even... It doesn't even have good mods. Does it have additional rare mods? No, not even that. It might be just pure RNG on this map, because this isn't really... This isn't not an insanely good map. And it has been dropping insanely good. No, don't buy a +1. Never, never, never buy a +1 wand. Just don't do it. Don't waste your money on that. The only wand you're gonna settle for is a +2. 2 sockets +7. No matter what one, you don't want to ever get a like +1. Unless it's dirt cheap, but you know, don't spend more than 1 divine on a 1 socket wand. Yeah, I mean, I haven't upgraded in 2 days. I think, you know, they might already be in that tier, but they should be in that tier. Yeah, that's true, actually. Right, that's it. So wait, should I really buy this stupid 60 divine Headhunter? It's like so overpriced. Anyway, we're gonna do it. I want to test it now. I want it, and I want it now. Go.
Can I help? I'll fill that in as soon as I can. All right, your order is registered.
Greater Chaos is worth something. I mean, I guess this is gonna be enough for the Headhunter anyway. This is going to be enough.
Oh, it's you.
Right, so... Oh, there's a new one for 58. So this one is better, right? Take the 58 one. Why pay 60? Oh, shit, I don't want intelligence. I mean, you know... Or maybe I can, like, lowball this a little bit by... You know, let's just go for, like... 10 less life, maybe. Ah. Intelligence, dexterity, intelligence. Strength. This one for 45. You know, I guess that's a decent value, actually. It still has, like... Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting that one. Whatever. This one actually has 120. 124. Alright, I'm just gonna get this one. Okay, max life, strength, dexterity, when you kill rare, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it only has 20 dex, though. And I need... 1, 2, 3... I need 25 dex, actually. So, if we're, like, min-maxing... I need 25 dex. So, we're not gonna get that one. Okay, here's the next one. This one I could get. This has 33 decks. It's 48. A little bit more expensive. But this actually has... Let's do this a different way. We do a maximum of 50. I want to have it at least 25 decks. Do we need 25? Yes, I need 25 decks. And let's go. And now we go by the weighted sum. Okay, so this is the best one I can get. No, it has dex. I have to disable this shit. So dex is worthless, int is worthless. Alright, so that's just this little one here. So I guess we're going for this one here. No. This is not how it works, bro.
It's yours.
This is min-maxing. We're not gonna waste a single... So at this point, right, I'm not gonna waste a single point in my passive tree to something which is not strengths. That's basically the idea, right? So this is my last dex nodes. These are all going to be strengths now. This is why I cannot buy int, because I literally do not have any int on my passive tree. All my int comes from items. All my dex comes from items, so my passive tree is pure strengths. Right? Because I just want hit points. I just want HP. Now I have 10k again. Right? And this one basically giving me the dex I need to respec the last dex on my tree. So now, yeah. So now let's see. Let's see if I like it or if we sell it again. We can do like 1 or 2 more maps before we close. But I have my Headhunter at least, so it's just, you know, pull a random one here and see. I have the perfect passive tree now. Nothing but strengths on a caster. That's how it's supposed to be. So we only have like... Oh, Sandspit is okay. Alright, first map with the Headhunter. Let's see how crazy it gets. Yeah, already got some elemental resistance. Now I got like some weird green shit. I'm sure I got like speed, dude. Okay, there's the teleporting already. I mean, so far it's not that bad actually. Let's see how bad this gets. Okay, this was annoying. I wanted to pick up this. Oh yeah, so basically what it does is you have to clear the entire map and loot then, right? Because whenever you want to loot, you get the teleport, and this shit is just not gonna let you loot. But you know, this is pretty speedy. Like and it looks cool. Like I have no clue what's on me, but you know, I basically stack every single rare on the map before it even expires, I would assume. Yeah, of course this is gonna be nerfed. For sure. But yeah, so the teleporting is really annoying, I guess. Especially for a build like that where you just basically have to attack all the time. There's really nothing you can do about it. So yeah, I have to kind of check how often that happens. And I don't know if I even can adjust to that. I mean, on this map it's not that bad because you can just run like one extra round because it's like a circle. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, I have Abyss every map, so... Odds are probably pretty high that you always have this. Is this my, like, chaos bubbles? You have to toy around with this a little bit, but if it's really that bad with the teleporting, it's just gonna slow me down significantly. And yeah, this is my chaos things, actually. See? Oh yeah, this is so annoying, actually. I mean, it was fun, but yeah, to be honest, I'm probably not gonna keep this. It's just too annoying. Physical damage buff? No. Wait, I don't care actually. But yeah, it's annoying, really. It's very annoying. Also, like, the clarity, I don't know which effects are mine and which effects are, like, you know, not mine. Like all this shit, like, going behind me, right? I know it's my stuff, but, you know, I would still dodge this. So yeah, I guess it's a no. I'm gonna try one more map, though. Without the teleport shit, it would be fine. But the teleport shit is killing it, actually. I don't get how people run this. Like, there's so many people running this, but why? It's... I don't know. I kind of, like, instantly stay like, no. This is not for me. I don't even... Like, the effect is not even so bad for me. But the teleporting is really just... I don't know. I'm not sure if it's gonna make me faster, because I already run at the speed of light, basically, most of the time. Oh god. So you're really sure this is making you faster? If we would at least port into, like, the direction you're looking at. But it just goes, like, completely random, like, to somewhere. It's, like, so confusing. I don't know what's going on, man. I'm just running in a circle and just get randomly teleported to wherever. I mean, obviously, this is like you know, you're like extremely fast, right? And you can clear this map giga fast, but you have to like basically accept that you have to loot after the map, right? There's like no way you can loot during this. It's not even gonna let me like... I mean, I don't know. I think this is slowing me down actually. Because the way that it works is it's not gonna let me go away from the abysses. It's always gonna port me back. I think it's I don't know. Maybe I'm just too fast for this already. It just has me like jump all over the place. I mean, technically it's very fast, right? Everything is like dying basically instantly. But the randomness with the porting is just... I don't think it's working for me. It's too random. Yeah, the problem with lightning warp is that you basically can only warp to like a target, so you basically have to like shoot ball lightnings and port there. Like I find this process to be extremely annoying. Maybe they fixed that with the next patch though. But yeah, this is not for me. I don't have any control. I cannot like basically loot. I will always like get away, like jump away from my loot, and then I have to run back and stuff like that. That's just... Like I would be done with this map like 10 times already without the Headhunter. And I'm still not even started looting. So, I don't know. Maybe this is good if all you want to do is like pick up the vines. Speaking of those. Yeah, I know that tech, but it requires you to hit mobs with arc and cast on crit, so... I know that it works, but there's nothing for me. Also, I cannot play it with this build because you need cast on crit, so... It's not gonna work on this build anyway. I mean, I saw that, but I highly doubt that that build is even remotely as fast as mine if I just walk and fight. You just have like so many moments where you're just not hitting anything. And whenever there's like no mobs, you kind of have to manually shoot like ball lightnings. Then wait until they reach their target and then port on them. And it's just like, I don't really like stuff like that. It's too clunky for me. It looks good in a showcase, but you know, half of the time it just plays like shit. Yeah, that's true. You don't need to give a damn on movement speed. But yeah, it's not gonna work with my build anyway, so... Not gonna do that. But yeah, I'm probably gonna sell it. I can't deal with the teleporting. I love Spark. This is exactly what I want. I want a boring. I just want... You know, if I'm playing, I want to, you know... like unwind. I want to wind down. And that's exactly what I want. I just want to stupidly press one button and see the loot. I really don't want to have to use my brain at all while playing. I don't want to have like flickering stuff like porting around like crazy. That's one of the main things why I stopped playing D4, because it's just too fast, too flickery for me. I just it's you know, I want to relax when I play games. I don't want to have like the opposite. It's just not for me personally. But you know, everybody has like their own you know, style, I guess, you know. It's just not for me, but I think it's mainly because, you know, in D4 it was just so horrible. But yeah, we're gonna get this on the market again.
Hail.
With a 2-diff profit.
Is that a good price for that? I have no idea. Easy enough.
I mean, I guess it depends, you know, what like an ARPG for you is, right? If you want to like have like you know, exciting gameplay and stuff like that, that's fine. For me, it's more like, you know, I just want to run my shit, and you know, I wanna loot, I wanna improve my gear, I wanna improve my like damage, but I really like the actual gameplay. For me, I don't want it to be difficult at all. For me, it's more like the experience of like the whole power creep and stuff like that. That's more a my thing in it. So that's why I don't want to have more than one button to press, actually. That's exactly what I want. Exactly, it's completely different preferences. You know, I can totally get the other side there. You know, I can totally get people who say, yeah, I want to have like this whole combo skill experience. I want to have like challenging fights and stuff like that. You know, it's totally fine for me. I also think like it would be nice if there, you know, if we are challenging pinnacle bosses where we actually have to play mechanics and stuff like that. You know, I'm all for that. I would also try it. It's not like the primary thing I play, but you know, I would definitely appreciate if something like that would be there. If I engage with it or not is a different story. But I can totally see that, you know, you want to put your build to a test, and you know, right now, basically, if I'm just building overkill DPS, it doesn't really matter at this point anymore. So that's also a totally fair scenario there. It's just not one of my preferences. I'm more about, like, you know, the theory crafting and stuff like that, and, you know, the power creep, the itemization, the trade. Like, it's much more what I, like, enjoy than actual gameplay. I mean, I enjoy the gameplay, but, you know, more like for the drops, not for the gameplay itself, basically, you know. But yeah, I guess I gotta wrap it up here. I tried the Headhunter for at least 2 maps. What is this? Why is this 8 divines? Who would want this? Is this really like just because that's like 2 sockets? How much is it with 1 socket? Okay, it's 1x with 1 socket. That's actually funny. So this is supposed to be 8 divines. So what do I want to corrupt it for the 3rd one? This is probably never gonna sell. I don't know. Probably not gonna be played at all. Whatever, let's just put it up. Just for science.
Someone is bound to buy that.
Go on. What is it?
You pulled an Astra Mantis in an SSF run, that's actually a little bit insane. How do I have 15 diffs? Where are these 15 diffs coming from? Didn't I just buy like a Headhunter for like 50? I'm confused. They get overwritten. I mean, basically with Undying Hate, so you can get one with stats on it, right? So mine, for example, has +7 int, 2 small passives. This is pretty much the only one you care, right? Because all these other get transformed into shit. Like, right, all these nodes are just completely useless. Like, I haven't seen like a single useful node, at least not for this build. There might be like some, you know, interesting nodes for like certain builds. I haven't like played around with that so much. But for example, like, you know, mana recovery might be good for a mana stacker with, you know, Mind Over Matter or whatever. But besides that, basically just your attributes nodes. So if you have one with +7 int, or +7 of any stat, basically, this basically just gives you 21 more int, which is, yeah, +3 to all is also nice, right? So it just gives you some extra stats, which is nice. It's actually not, like, such a bad bonus. But that's really the only thing. Like, it's just the attribute passives. Everything else is completely irrelevant. And it definitely helps you, right? So to me, it like gives 21 int. And if you see, I have like 175 int without a single int node in my tree. So without that, I would actually have to spec 2 int nodes. So I mean, it's not bad to have it, but it's also gonna increase the price, I guess. But yeah, so I mean, it was a good run, I guess. We have like, I don't even know where these 15 divines came from, but you know, we made good like bank. Wasn't like so many maps. Yeah, the Headhunter is in the shop. I don't like it. We sell it, but you know, it is what it is. And yeah, I guess I will have like the guide on rolling the maps tomorrow. And so we go from there. So thank you so much for watching, and take care.